Where's my mic button? There it is. I feel like it feels like it's been so long since I've streamed, but I streamed last week. I also feel like every time I switch to that scene on OBS where you can actually see me, I'm surprised at how big my hair is every time. When I was looking at some old videos when I first started streaming, and my hair was very, very short when I first started making this game, I guess. So we've been kind of just holed up in a cave for a year. I adjusted all my audio and stuff this week. Let me just take a second and make sure I sound good. Make sure the music sounds good. It's probably fine. It's kind of hard to tell when I can hear it both from Spotify and my Twitch window. But yeah, for anybody new here, my name's Andrew. I'm one of two Andrews at Chroma Golem. We're working on a lot of really cool stuff, but the big game that we are working on that we just released a demo of on Steam is Elixir Emporium. It's a open world crafting RPG that does a lot of really cool technical stuff that I'm sure you'll see today. But in short, we are doing a lot of game data generation while you play. So things like combining items for crafting. We're generating new crafting recipes, new items, new harvest recipes with those items, new backgrounds, new descriptions, image, stats, all this stuff. We also have some pretty in-depth NPCs in a few of the towns. They think for themselves. They've got some simulated vision around them. We build a full context of stuff that they are aware of, their memories, their immediate eyesight, their short-term memories with the player, their active quest, their persona, their profession, their what's the term? Their relationship with both the player and other NPCs. We use all that to basically have a constant generation inside each NPC's brain saying this is the state of your life. What do you want to be doing right now? And we translate that into actions that they can do, so they can decide one day to walk out to the lake and just vibe out there. Or they can be like, yeah, I really need to get my life in order. So they go over to the mines and they just work at the mines all day. So it's unscripted stuff that is different every time you play, but also is impacted by things that the player does. So if you talk to an NPC about how cool the lake is, they will form a memory that is the lake is cool or something like that. And next time they're deciding what to do, they might run over to the lake to check it out. Let's get some better lighting in here. But we have been working on this for quite some time now. I and the other Andrew are very excited to have a demo out on Steam now. Let me link that in the chat for anybody watching now or later. And yeah, I've got a bit of a sore throat today, so I normally talk through everything I'm working on. We'll see how long that lasts. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, wants to see something, let me know. I think it's always a good fun time to just start the stream with playing a little bit. So maybe we'll go in and play. We'll make a note of some stuff to fix, but I've got some ideas of what we're going to build. Only thing I need to know is, am I ripping this MacBook Pro? I sure hope you do. I think that's a good thing. Trying to decide if this is slang for am I destroying the MacBook Pro, or is it just blazing? Is it ripping fast? Did you get a new MacBook? M4 Pro, 48 gigs of RAM. Dang. I think Tony has something similar to that. You're thinking about buying it. You should ping him, see if he recommends it. I'm not much of a I definitely live more in the Windows ecosystem, but I've heard very, very good things about the new M4 chip. Probably pretty cool. You might have to just buy it and find out. Let me hit one more light in here. This lighting today is so awkward because we It's like snowing, but also winter and also summer. We'll see how this turns out. Might figure something out. But the internet says you should buy it, Micah. I think you should. So, congratulations on your new MacBook. I'm gonna just run on over, and I think what I will do is just play a little bit of the game, and we can chat. I'll note down anything that maybe we want to add in on stream before we get to the good stuff. Keep some notes. And yeah, I feel like I might be getting a little sick, so I'm just kind of out of it today. I'm just going to vibe. We'll find some good music that is more the vibes. This is not quite it. But, you know what? Ye old faithful. Easy peas. Chrono Trigger soundtrack. Can't go wrong with that. And yeah, so for those who aren't following along on Discord, Tony's hard at work on getting us WASD movement. I was so gung-ho on this click to move. I love click to move in games like this, but you know, I think every single person who has played has said that they want WASD instead. So we're going to give the people what they want. It will be a lot nicer, especially like navigating around town and like making it more obvious you can jump and making it easier to jump, so you don't need to like, a lot of people jump and click, but you gotta just know that like it's click and then jump to bridge gaps. It's just a weird control scheme. I understand this now. But also people have said that they can just walk through this gate, and I've seen it happen. I don't understand why it happens or why it can happen, but I've seen people just like click here and walk through, which first of all shouldn't work because navmesh agents shouldn't let you walk through, but also like the raycast shouldn't let you walk through. The trick that I know of right now is just turning your camera around and walking through, but also that shouldn't work either because we have a navmesh obstacle on this gate, so I don't understand why it's not carving out the path. Just gonna take a quick look at that, because if we turn on, what is the button? This guy. So we have a navmesh path here, but this gate here has, I promise. Oh, wait. Is that a weird collider shape on that? But it has a navmesh obstacle. Let's look. Yeah, the collider's like this. So surely it's going to cut out the navmesh, but apparently not. I wonder what this box is, though. White box. That's strange. Oh, that's what cuts. Oh, does this have its own coordinates? Maybe it does. Maybe that's what we need to fix. Because if we move this down, or I guess down that way, yeah, that's how you get through the gate. I see. We just weren't cutting out the navmesh correctly. Alright, well that's going to undo because we're in play mode, but let's go ahead and say just navmesh obstacle position on front gate, back gate, but whatever, we know what we're doing. But yeah, how has everybody's weekend been? I visited a city out in the other side of my state that's all deserty and snowy and stuff, and it was very cool. Had a good time, hot tubbed a lot, and then just vibed with some mountains. Did anybody else get to anything interesting this weekend? Getting so good at speed running this tutorial area. One other thing we could do is add interactions to all these things, because I mean, you should be able to interact with everything. And this is like the first wall, literal wall and metaphorical wall that players hit of like, oh, I need to be interacting with stuff. There's a argument to be made that like maybe all this stuff shouldn't be interactable here, just to put more focus on interacting with the objects and like getting the solution. But it might be cool to be able to like, I know some people were grabbing ladders, and eventually we want to do the 3D model generation that lets you like build out a model for the items that you get. So you get a ladder and then you'll be able to place that in the world and use it. It's pretty far off because 3D model generation is pretty bad, and also we still need to handle like interactions and riggings and animations and stuff on top of that. But it would be very cool to find other solutions in town, like grabbing a ladder and putting it out here and climbing over the wall or something. But I don't know if it complicates things too much. I always err on the side of complicating things, and everyone just immediately complained as soon as the demo was out that everything was very hard and complicated, and I'm like, that's the cool systems. So I'm taking a step back, and this tutorial area is meant to be very, very simple. Just repeated items, stones, pine trees. Basically that's it. A couple bushes, some grass, dirt, etc. Just to force people to interact with the systems without getting overwhelmed. So that's the argument of like, maybe you shouldn't be able to interact with like this wooden platform and like random stuff. You can do like the stone wall if you want. But I wonder what you get if you use a ladder on a stone wall. Scratched fingers. Fair. Old stone brick. Yeah, and I mean, over the last week, I've also fixed a ton of bugs. For anybody who hasn't checked out the Discord, we have a devlogs channel, and it has all of our changes. We've also been putting that in the title screen of the game, so if you've got it on Steam, you can see all that. But it's kind of fun to be able to see the list of changes piling up before each release, get a little sneak peek. But yeah, I mean, I guess I can talk about the big thing that we want to do on stream this week, and that is last week we built the kind of like infrastructure and architecture for taking this action system that NPCs do, where they're constantly saying like, what do I want to be doing right now? Like, go look at this object, walk around, inspect these other things, talk to this guy, pick up this dropped item, etc. They have all these in the game as actions that they can choose from based on the context of like their moment-to-moment life. We are taking those actions that we currently pause when you are talking to an NPC. We're going to repurpose them and allow the AI that drives the conversation to also trigger some of those actions. So for example, like the main driver here is a lot of people would get to this front gate or like talk to some other NPC, get a quest from an NPC, and it'd be like, hey, bad example here. Hey, I feel really bad about being bald. Can you go out and make me a wig? And the obvious way to solve that quest is to go out and make a wig and give it to the NPC. But I mean, when you can say anything you want to these NPCs, it's kind of like new frontiers. A lot of people test out like, oh, how far can I like take their logic? How far can I push them? A lot of people were like trying to convince them, hey, it's fine to be bald. Like, you don't need a wig. Let me just amp up your confidence or something and like solve this quest a different way. So I think that's super cool, and we're going to be basically building that today. But the technical implementation of that is basically allowing NPCs to resolve their quest based on the state of the conversation versus based on like an item given to them. If they don't have a quest and you talk to them and you're talking about like, hey, I noticed there's all these weeds around here that's really bad, and you convince them that that's bad, that one of the actions that they could take is like generate a quest. So they might actually generate a quest based on, oh yeah, you were right. There are a lot of weeds. Can you go ahead and clear out all those weeds as a quest? So right now we have a very structured form of when you're not talking to NPCs, they use the information that they have in general to create quests or do whatever they want to do. It's very distinct and isolated from the actual conversation. So we're just pulling it in. So this guy needs a repair tool. Everybody always needs repair tools at the start. So that's also something we probably want to tweak a little bit. Like either add repair kits to people's inventories or like add some basic crafting recipes for them. I think this guy and a couple other guys often ask for repair kits because it's pretty obvious that when you use something to fix something, like that's the follow-up quest. But yeah, let's just, we'll do some crafting. We'll just run around. I want to see some quests, get a vibe. We might also tweak some of the models. Breaded fingers. A humorous reminder to take care of your hands, wrapped delicately in bread, provides a hearty meal and a good laugh. Wow. But we just released a couple new models on our API that powers all this that we use, for all of our games. So they are the new reasoning models. They're going to take a lot longer to think before giving a response. So they're not really that good at like when you talk to an NPC, you want that like immediate response back. They're not really good at that, but if they are used for more logical tasks, like the background tasks of letting NPCs choose what they want to be doing, or if I were to give this guy some breaded fingers to stoke the flames of his furnace, spending a little bit of extra time thinking about that might be nice, might not be. Like, there's already a bit of a delay of how long it takes, but sometimes you want a little bit more logic, sometimes you want a little bit more speed. I think we'll experiment a little bit with our new models and see where the reasoning models fit in. This guy needs something with intense heat. Sure. I happen to know where literal fire is. Just over here. Let's use our bare hands on some open flames if we can reach it. Haha. Oh. There we go. Easy peas. This will be a little bit nicer with WASD also. Okay, burn marks, not quite what we want. Maybe we can make a different kind of tool than like a hammer, which probably isn't going to give us what we want. But I guess we could try. Leather-bound staff, sure, that could work. Also, probably make a few of those. Probably be nice to let's add some burn marks to that maybe. Okay, charred stone, not what we want. Okay, that aired out. There's a lot of polished stuff of like, we probably want to be a little bit more visual when an alchemy thing fails, then it dumps the stuff back to your inventory, blah, blah, blah. But I think we have been working very hard on polish, and there's always an endless stream of things that you can keep adding. I think we've reached the point now where the demo is very stable. When people learn how to play it, they keep playing it. We actually have some really cool numbers. I don't know if I can show this on stream. Let me crop out some bits real fast, but the Steam shows like how much people play segmented by like play time. Ooh, we're getting so many charred staffs. Dang. All right. But you obviously expect that to have a pretty nasty drop off. Like most people play for 10 minutes, then slightly fewer people play for 30 minutes, then an hour, then 2 hours, etc., etc., etc. It's like a nice curve that you see with that data. We have that curve, and then the final bucket of people playing for more than 2 hours is a huge jump. So we get that curve, and then anybody who keeps playing for like an hour or more just keeps playing for more than 2 hours, and or maybe it's more than 3 hours. I can't remember the actual numbers, but yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Alrighty, so we've got a lot of stuff. Maybe we can craft something for this man. Maybe not. We'll see. He needs something that stokes the fire. Enchanted Ember. Let's do some burn marks, Leatherbound Staff. We got a Scorch Staff. Let's see what we can get. An Inferno Staff, actually. This Forge can't reach the mighty Inferno, you say. How about having an Inferno Staff? I'm excited for being able to create our own equipment and also do the 3D model generation on that to like be able to see you wearing it. But I'm also so excited for seeing it on the NPCs too. Like you give this guy a staff and then he's holding a staff. It's going to be pretty sweet. All right, easy peas. We'll stick around and see what his follow-up quest ends up being. We've got a lot of charred staff, which maybe we can... These are pretty boring smithing things to start with, to be honest. I might want to think about swapping those out. But what we can do, actually... Where did that go? Did we put it in? We did. We can salvage a bunch of these, get some blacksmith XP pretty easily. I see he has a new quest for us too. But once we generate the crafting recipe of what makes a charred staff, a wooden staff and a torch, just slam that down, get some levels. Probably want to have some sort of cooldown on that eventually, and these are going to run forever. Oops. But now we got some more interesting things. So we can make like... charred staff into a scythe. That's the vibe right there. But let's get us some other tools as well. Crowbar, I forget that we can craft that. There's one NPC up in the mountains who's always asking for like lockpicks and stuff. So crowbar is probably nice to have for her quests. Alright, so we got a pretty decent amount of stuff. Let's go see what his new quest is. Inferno Staff has indeed heated my forge, but now the excessive flames have caused my most important tools to warp and crack. I need something to stabilize the heat. Sure. Torch and wooden staff. Right, that's how we got that. Right. Torch and a hammer? We'll see. Flaming hammer. How about that, sir? No, that's not quite it. Let's maybe buy that back. Oh, right. He's supposed to give that back now. I wonder... Wait. Why do we have so many now? Maybe we're double adding items to their inventory and also giving one back. So if I give him... What does he not have? Does he have a charred staff? He does not. If I give him a charred staff... So he gave us back a charred staff. And he has 2 of them now. Alright, so that ain't right. double adding items to NPCs from quest submission, and shouldn't add when they give it back. Wonder if we are just a couple different branches doing them both. We'll see. Alrighty. Well, one other thing people asked for, like a couple other things around quests that we could do. One is we probably should have a just like a index page in the codex of all your quests instead of having you click through and have to see everyone's quests. So we need to redraw this when we change pages. But yeah, it'd be nice to have one page that you go to for everyone's quests. But also, more simply, it wouldn't be that hard to summarize some of these quests. So like he needs something to stabilize the heat at his forge, and he needs something to repair a broken gate. Like these are very one-liner things. It wouldn't be that hard to take that quest and summarize it into a one-liner and have like a little pop-out menu here of like active quests. What do you need? Checklist. And let you see those sorts of summaries so you don't need to be always clicking through to your codex. But that is on the to-do list. We'll see. I've also this week added a bunch more items throughout this town and throughout the world for people to find. They're kind of fun to find. Planning on also adding in achievements soon. So like crafting specific things like crafting world peace or something would be a cool achievement that you could see like X% of players have crafted this. But also some achievements of just like getting to certain level skills and crafting X amount of tools and all these other things. So I love achievement hunting. We'll see. This guy lost his stock of rare goods. He's unable to make a living and could use his reputation. Could you help me by providing a tradable item that could fetch a good price? You know, that's a good... I never thought about having in like the merchants specifically value items based on their gold. Specifically for like in their quest generation. But I kind of like that. Let's give him a silver ring that's worth 30 gold. All right, perfect. That's fun. It'll be interesting to see what his follow-up quest is then. We'll stick around. Let's do some crafting in the meantime. We got burn marks. We got rubber. Sure. All right, he's got a quest for us. After using the silver ring to impress a noble client, the enchantment backfired, cursing me with unbearable bad luck, ruining all my trades. I need an item to counteract or transfer the curse to save my business. So something that breaks a curse. A little bit of a hard curve in difficulty, but interesting. All right, I think... So here is an example of like... So if we build something today that lets you solve this quest through talking to them, let's kind of go down that path of I am actually an alchemist who can break that curse for you. This kind of like gameplay of interacting with NPCs reminds me a little bit of You Are Not Alice, where the goal of that game is to convince other NPCs to like run a virus. And so you're trying to like lie to them, gaslight them. I think we'd want a lot more like grounding in reality here of like you'd have to convince them with like building up their trust of you and like the things that they've heard from other NPCs about you. Should be a lot less about like gaslighting them and a lot more about like actually helping them through words, but we'll see how close we get to that. He has some rare ingredients. Now we would say, I'd be happy to break the curse if you were to gift me some gypsum. So another action that the NPC could do is like gift you an item. We've got a list that I'll find and bring up on stream, but here's kind of the path we would take. So here, we probably want to make it so they can trigger multiple actions, not just one. I was wondering if like some actions should be able to trigger other actions, but I think just if we're analyzing this most recent message, we can say like give an ordered list of actions that this NPC should trigger. So here they can say gift gypsum to the player and then resolve quest based on the conversation. So we build that now, I guess. All right, so I guess we build it. I'm so tired today. I'm sipping on, I think this is my third cup of coffee. We'll get through it. All right, we will build that, but I am noticing this nav mesh obstacle. We can just shove this center over and down. Carve that out. Perfect. So that should fix people being able to walk through the gate. Let's mark that as a needs tested. And then we'll move on. Could fix this. We'll probably be close to this code. We'll look at it later. I want to just get into the good stuff, I think. So. Turn that off. Look at this guy. Generic interactable NPC is gonna load up our NPC window manager. That is, I think, where all the logic will end up being. Oh boy, I've forgotten that I secretly switched back to light mode. Don't hate me. But you know what? We'll try blue. Maybe that's a nice middle ground. I forgot that's also light mode. I don't want people mad at me on stream. I don't want to burn your retinas. We'll stick with this for now. All right, so close all but this, and we've got. Where is this window opening over here? NPC window manager. So on here. Redraw conversation on player input. Generate NPC response. We're on the right track because when we have the NPC response, that's where we want to trigger any relevant conversation actions. We tweaked it a little bit. Last week we had a little bit of a race condition at the end of the stream where we had changed our typewriter effect, which waits for the typewriter effect to be done and then adds the NPC's response and then redraws so the player sees it instantly. But we had tweaked that a little bit to add that to the conversation history while the typewriter effect was happening, so it wasn't always showing the response correctly. All that's to say is we're now just going to split out our conversation history and also the NPC's response in our prompt. So that's probably a good place to start. Let's turn on hot reload so we can avoid this all the time. Right. Let's turn that on. And then we want... systems. Wow, this is... systems. We'll get there. Entities. NPCs. Prompts. Trigger conversation actions from NPC. Cool. This is what we want. Let's just tweak this a little bit because we have our conversation here, and then let's say NPC message. Most recent NPC message with most recent message. And then we just fill in that with, here's our conversation history, which is nice and formatted, and then most recent message. And then let's also see what speaker tags this uses. Just user and assistant. Okay. So that's going to be assistant. And then we populate the possible actions based on the NPC's brain's conversations actions list. So this should be fine. Let's go look at this guy. He has a brain with actions that he can do outside of conversation and actions he can do inside of conversation. Let's see what all we've got. Right, we can do emotes, but he has a different animator than all the other NPCs, so we're not going to roll with that. We want potentially generate new quest and probably resolve current quest. So let's go look at generate new quest. Action generate new quest. So when we trigger an action from conversation, we're just going to call the execute on it. So this one will indeed generate a quest. How are things? Sorry, had someone come knock on my door. No worries. We played for a bit. We got a little bit of easy, low-hanging fruit to fix later. We fixed the gate finally at the back door so people won't be able to walk through it, theoretically. We'll see. And we are working on letting people resolve quests using their words instead of going and crafting items. So we are deep in the code already, and it's going to be fine. How are you doing? Hopefully it was a fun door person. Everybody who comes to my door is always trying to sell me stuff, so I'm like, get out of here. And Cozy Biscuit, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. And you stole first. Good job. We are just vibing and coding today. I had to get pest control because the temps have plummeted and there's a mouse or a rat under my house, and I'm going to get him. Wow. Good luck. Our temps have plummeted as well, and so all the like spiders and bugs and stuff are trying to come inside, and we have been getting them as well, but I cannot imagine a rat or a mouse under the house. How did you know? Just like hearing the little pitter patter under your floors. Good luck. I guess. When do they do it? Just kind of how it is in Washington. Yeah, I'm in Oregon, so not too far. That's terrifying. Yeah, Cozy would hate that. But that's what the experts are for. We had a house. We had a house in our apartment. We had a mouse in our apartment once, and it ran across my face in the middle of the night. I almost told that story as soon as you said it was terrifying, and I was like, nah, that's not my story to tell. I'm glad that that'll never happen again for us. They're nocturnal, and yeah, I've just heard a scratching under the house. Yeah, that's crazy. A couple years ago, we had a nest of birds in our chimney, which was pretty rough. The swifts, chimney swifts, if you're familiar with them, they nested in our chimney for like an entire summer, and you could just hear that skittering around for so long. And then eventually, there were baby swifts that were just so freaking loud. We got a chimney cap after that, but these temperatures come around and everything out in nature is like, hey, I see you got a nice house that's too big for you, right? So you're gonna share it, right? I'll take some rats and mice and some bugs compared to Vegas. I moved back there in like 2020. Does Vegas happen to have like scorpions? That's the vibe I get. Um, I'm sure rats and mice. Oh, in Vegas, the issue was scorpions. They are infestations and they scale shit like spiders. Jesus Christ. And drop out of central air systems. All right. Well, if there was any chance of Cozy ever moving to Vegas, that chance is now gone. That's terrifying. Scorpions are proof that hell is real. There we go. Wow. Yeah, I'll take some cute mice over scorpions any day. I would think that like scorpions are so flat and derpy, you'd be able to just like get some elevation on them, but apparently not. It's not bad if you keep up on the like pest spraying. Yeah, I've never actually done pest, like never paid someone to do pest spraying. I've lived in apartments for a long time, so complexes have done it. But maybe it's something to do in a house. Maybe. Especially if there were scorpions around. But boy, howdy. The issue, though, is that when you see them in the house, there are probably hundreds of them somewhere. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, you get that with like termites and like bugs, but can't imagine that with scorpions. I'm sure the stream is now somebody's nightmare. That's crazy. That's crazy. They are also extremely bioluminescent, so you just go waving this wand around hoping you don't see blue. You know, that sounds kind of cool, but also terrifying. I originally would think that they would just like glow on their own, but I guess the wand makes sense. That's probably for the best. Do you ever have like light bulbs or like maybe when you go camping and stuff, like the lights that will light them up on their own that just stay on all the time? Just a black light. That makes sense, yeah. There's no good reason for scorpions to be around. I don't do camping. Well, I mean, that's fair. It's probably pretty hot in Vegas for camping, to be honest. But maybe up in Washington, excuse me, sorry. Just realized also I refilled my water before the stream and left it wherever I refilled it. So I'll need to grab that at some point. But we are going to start building our new action for resolving a quest. I hope you were able to open the coffee this morning. I tried for like 2 minutes. I hope that you got enough coffee out of the other one. I tried to open this coffee yesterday. For a long time, and I could not open it, so I just put it in the back and opened the other one. I was able to open this one today. I tried for so long, and I was like, what am I going to do? And then was about to do the hot water trick where you run it under hot water, but the internet said to gently bang the lid on the counter, which kind of breaks the seal. And apparently that worked. I did that and then just opened it up, and I was like, holy crap. All right. So maybe that's a trick, but luckily we got some coffee today. Hey, Tony. Welcome on in. How's it going? Shout out to Tony for working on the WASD movement that literally everybody who has played has asked for. That'll be coming soon, hopefully. But it looks real nice already. So we have this dichotomy already of like actions that can be done out in the world and actions that are only done in conversations. And I think either of them can be done for the most part in either case. I'm trying to decide if we want this like resolve quest action to ever run outside of a conversation. So if I think ahead, like if we have a day-night cycle, so there's time progression, and somebody's quest is like, I will turn into a pumpkin at the end of the day. It wouldn't make sense for you to come back the next day and still be able to solve that quest. Like, I'll turn into a pumpkin if you don't give me a potion. But it's also very... It sucks in games when there's like time limits for quests, or like time limits on anything that you're not immediately working on. So we might not do the like resolve quests over time. It might just be in conversations when like the player tries to resolve a quest. We might move this around later, but for now we'll just make it a conversation action. So that just entails it has logic to execute to actually like try and resolve. And then it has a build chat event function that adds something to the chat history so the player can see like the outcome of the NPC thought about things and realized their quest was resolved. Congratulations. Or for some of the events of like offering you an item at a discount, there might be a button to like click to buy or something like that. But yeah, all that was to say we have some weird splitting on actions right now based on when they can be done, but we might revisit that in another stream. But for now, we want, let's see, action has our enum, generate new quest. Oof. I always hate working with enums because you can't just like insert the new values where it would make logical sense to do so. You gotta keep adding them to the end of the list, which kind of sucks. To be reordered later. Hello, Tony Sprocket. Called out. I see you are still not following Cozy. Well, well, well. Let me quickly shout out the Cozy Biscuit, who has the greatest streams. Would you look at that? They were last playing Elixir Emporium. In fact, I'm subscribed to Cozy Biscuit, and all y'all should subscribe to her as well. Great streams, great content, great vibes. Would recommend. Also, I am married to her. At this point, he's got to never follow me to keep the gig running. Nah, he's got to follow you. He probably just didn't realize he wasn't following you. Maybe he's not even following me. We'll see. We'll see. But, Tony, if you're in the chat, you might need to defend yourself. I used an enum class once and it annoyed me. Yeah, it's so awful. Like, I know there's some workarounds you can do to like specify indexes directly, but the problem with enums is like the implementation isn't these actual numbers. It's these actual like strings or keys. It's the integer in this list. So this guy is actually stored as 0. This guy is actually stored as 1. If I wanted a like cool walkabout action to be added right after the random walkabout, so it's ordered in my list of things to choose from and is next to things that make sense, it would actually make this now 1 and this would be 2. So everything that I've assigned this to moved a specific coordinate as their like enabled actions. Since it is stored as 2, or since it was stored as 1, those values are now cool walkabout instead, and you have to just go through and change all of your actual like content and data anytime you change the structure or the order of an enum, which you'd think there'd be better enums by now. But we will just have a nice block at the bottom of to be reordered later, and we will just add everything we need there, and then maybe one time we can do a big pass and reorder stuff up here, and then also go through and like change all these. Oh dang, so the class will reindex and your code would get slammed. Yeah, I figured there's a generic way to handle that. Yeah, I mean, you can do like lists of constants and like classes, and like there's some other stuff, but enum is such a primitive, like low overhead type that it's super nice to have, but it's one of those things where it feels like there's just a little bit of something missing on like actually maintaining them. Like it feels like maybe Visual Studio or Unity or the compiler or something should see the difference of, oh, you've updated your enum, you've added something here, you have things afterwards, so we should go and update anything that had 35 should now be 36, and anything that had 36 should now be 37, etc., etc. They don't do that, and it's probably for like performance reasons and stuff, but it just makes for really weird bugs that people don't expect. So we are adding trying to resolve quest, which will get sorted up here sometime, but for now it will live down here. And so the two things that this guy can do now are generate a new quest, or right, gotta recompile because hot reload can't handle enums as well. So more limitations there, but we will recompile and then we'll get it in our list. Alrighty, so well, speak of the devil. So now, for some reason, these actions are both now just go home. Well, luckily we haven't actually added them yet, but now the two things that he can do in a conversation are try to generate a quest or try to resolve a current quest. Since those, when they execute, will just do the thing by design of actions. We don't want the logic around them of like only do it if once you're actually executing the action. We do need a little bit of logic in the NPC window manager where we have trigger any relevant conversation actions. We're going to need to do some like cleanup or whitelisting or something saying like if they don't already have a quest, remove try to resolve quest from the possible actions. If they do have a quest, remove generate new quest, etc. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. So we can do a list of iAction possible actions. Let's call it possible conversation actions. Is this .toList to copy it? Can we do that? iAction.enabled actions, I guess. Man, I have a doctor's appointment today and I do not want to go. Oh, you know what? If you go to the doctor's appointment, you should buy yourself a MacBook. And I forgot to take the beef out of the freezer. Now I have to get a $9 cravings box from Taco Bell. That's the worst. Oh man. I hate when I forget to take the beef out of the freezer and now I have to go to Taco Bell. But at least you're getting a new MacBook out of the whole thing. So there's pros and cons to everything, I guess. I hope everything is fine at the doctor's. Alright, so now we have this bad boy. We no longer need conversation actions because we're doing all these. Let's inject that directly. Cozy Biscuit is pro Taco Bell, as am I. We have one near our place that is across the street from the police department. Every time we get Taco Bell, we go and just sit across from the police department because you can't take Taco Bell home that well. You gotta park in a parking lot. It's such a weird place to be eating, though. It's all good. I got sick back around Christmas, and I have the sinus shit going on. It's traveled to my throat now, so it's just time to get checked out. Yeah, that is probably for the best. MacBook, man, I just need to decide what I want and what I want to spend. Yeah, does Apple ever do like holiday discounts or like discounts for students, anything like that you could maybe get it a little bit cheaper and justify it a little bit easier? 48 gig unified memory is dope, but it's like 2700. Could just do the 24 for 2100. Yeah, it's pretty hard. There's some future proofing there, but just listen to your heart. Those prices are the student discount. Ah, yes. Yeah, that's rough. That's wild. I think it was more than my laptop was, which is crazy. My laptop's a beefy boy. Taco Bell must be consumed in the parking lot. Them's the rules. Them is the law, actually. Has to happen. Alright, so if we have Bool has current quest. Sure. Does he have a quest? I think we have a helper method for currently has quest. Sure. Shown persona. So if they have a current quest, then we want to remove generate new quest. If they don't have a current quest, we want to remove try to resolve their quest that they don't have. Could probably get a Windows machine for cheaper. I have one that I would recommend. I got the Zephyrus G16. It has worked very well for me, but I know that people who love their MacBooks, and it probably doesn't scratch the same itch. But it does have a really, really nice trackpad, which I love, and is very, very beefy. Unix-based operating system is dope. I like the device integration. They're actually pretty sleek and powerful. Absolutely, yeah. Alright, so we now have these two possible conversation actions that NPCs can do. We filter them out based on whether they have a quest or not, and if they don't have any actions left after filtering that out, we don't do anything. Cool. We probably should change this to allow for triggering multiple actions, though. It's probably a good time to get in and do that. So we do actually want to look at that prompt again. Conversation action, I think. Prompts. Objects, NPCs, prompts. Trigger conversation actions. So what we can do is a format would be good to return this in. We could have like a action A, action B, action C type list. Sometimes LLMs get a little bit weird around like consistently having spaces or not in lists, which might make a little bit of slightly more complex parsing. We can definitely do with that. It might be nicer to just have like each action on its own line, and then they're more obviously ordered too. Maybe that is nice. And then we can just parse it, split on new lines, and say like that's the list of actions. If there is none, we do nothing. If it is the word none, we do nothing. But otherwise we can loop over it and queue this for each action we get. So let's try that. Let's tweak this a little bit. List of valid actions you can take. Your task is to output the names of any actions or none if you need to take any. Please only print your action names and nothing else with each action on a new line. All right, so example output, show inventory. It would be nice to have another example that has multiple outputs, but I don't really want to like double up the tokens and get this running a little bit slower. So maybe we can think of a better example that, say like offer item for discount. So we do that. And then we also show a link to browse their wares if you don't want that. So we'll get two like boxes in the chat. So that should be fine. So that means now instead of got action name to trigger, we need a different callback because we're now receiving a list of action names instead of just a single action name. So we can do a public void got list of conversation action names to trigger string new line separated list. That should be able to just autocomplete and call this. Split on Is it okay to just split on new line, or should I also split on carriage return? Windows uses \r\n. Nix uses just \n. And apparently old Mac used just \r. Interesting. So I don't really know what the OpenAI API will get us, but also it hopefully shouldn't matter too much because we have this like modularity system that we can plug into other APIs. So we want to keep it agnostic to what they return. Not the biggest fan of using a regex for this, but it'll make it less brittle, I guess, if we get something else. Because since we are matching on action names exactly, if we were to get something back like observe item and then sit on ground, sure. It's possible, it's unlikely that the API would return it like this. So when we split on new line, that goes away, and now we have this that we are comparing to, which we could just trim here, which we probably should trim here. Action name is equal to action name.trim, just to remove any like white space on either end. Maybe that's just fine enough. Let's trim off any white space or new lines on either end of the action name. We probably even should do that before this. Doesn't really matter though. But if they just return like new line on that, it's going to work perfectly. We don't need to do any trimming anyway. But this is fine. We'll get back a list, we split it, and then for each item we call the old thing. So instead of jumping directly to this with a single action, we jump into our list that is like an intermediary. Okay, so now NPCs can trigger multiple actions from a single conversation message. Cool. So we still need to implement our two actions that we want them to do, but one of them is done, of generating a quest, and one of them is trying to resolve a quest. And we also need to do the UI of how to show them in the chat, like any custom UI that they need. So there's a couple different places we could start. We can start with a prompt here of trying to resolve a quest or not. Or we could jump to the UI. Maybe we'll do the prompt first. I think the play is the 24 gig one. Uh-oh, never mind. What a roller coaster. 24 gig one also, there's some value there of feeling better about your purchase. Might be the play, if that's what your heart says. I'm guessing that you went to go buy it and then saw that it was actually twice the price. That was the uh-oh, and then you realized it's not actually twice the price. That was the never mind. That's the lore that I'm going to keep in my head for what just happened. All right, let's do a prompt. New Chroma Golem text prompt. Try to resolve quest from conversation. Not title case. Try to resolve quest from conversation. Nah, the uh-oh was your stream frozen. I thought it crashed. Oh, rip. I still stand by my statement about the 24 gig. Cool. All right. Well, after you've gone to the doctor, then you can buy it. Hopefully my stream is fine now. I'm gonna assume it is because I believe. All right, so what do we need in our prompt to resolve a quest? We need the current quest. We need our conversation history. We need the most recent message from the NPC. So specifically, we are triggering this based on the NPC's generated text. So it'll be in line, it'll be consistent with what they say. So if you're talking to an NPC and he's really mad about being bald and his quest is for you to get him a wig, and you convince him that being bald actually makes him a better guard because his hair is not in his eyes all the time, then his message will say something like, "Oh yeah, you're right. I guess I don't need a wig after all." That message is what we use to determine whether or not the quest is done or not. We compare, "I don't need the wig at all," to the original quest of like, "I need a wig." So if that undoes the quest, then we can resolve the quest successfully or not, and treat it as if, like, go down the same branch of game logic of if the player did go out and get them a wig and give it to them, like there'll be different implications of he'll have the memory of like being more comfortable being bald and he won't have a wig, but the quest was resolved by the player successfully, so the player will get the rewards, they'll get the friendship with the NPC. I think that's how we want to do it. It's possible that there might be cases where we should like nullify the quest and give like no rewards, but that's not as fun. If somebody said like, "Hey, I saw some UFOs in the sky. I need you to get me a bazooka to shoot them down next time we see them." And you as the player says, "No, that was just my robots here. Let me show you them. They're fine. You don't need that bazooka after all." Like, that resolves the quest successfully, I would say, even though, yeah, it's fine. We can just say we'll resolve the quest. We can always go down the branch of nullifying quests without rewards later too if we need. But let me turn my mic around, do some typing, and let's see if we can get this prompt written. persona, our quest. Let's say conversation history. Alright, the new game lore is that the guard at the back is very self-conscious about being bald. But in this example quest resolution, we have convinced him that he is a strong man who don't need no wig. So we've written our example input here. We also need example output of just yes. So all this is given to an example. We will insert the tokens in the same way we do over here. But writing out the actual examples lets us generate example responses. And right, I guess we didn't actually give, like, this is the example. We didn't give the actual real data. But should work. We get a yes or a no. If we now do, I learned that the new OpenAI models, if you start putting a conversation history in the user prompt, they oftentimes block you from executing that query because it's their new protection against like prompt injections. If you have a chat log, they think that you are like somebody trying to inject in messages that didn't happen. So I've been moving our conversation history up into the system prompt to avoid that, but I would love to move it down here, and we'll see if we get our errors again about it. Risky Biscuit Games. We got another biscuit in the chat. Welcome in. How's it going? Did you have a good weekend? Welcome on in. We are coding on some logic for NPCs to be able to let players talk to them, to like talk them through quests to resolve quests instead of always having to craft them items. Biscuits. We got biscuits in the house. All right, so I'm going to just take all this example input. We will write new stuff. Different example, and we'll test this prompt a little bit, see what we're working with. So we now have Carol, the chef, and she says, I really want to make a cake for Bob's birthday, but I'm out of... Good weekend. Got to update our demo out on Monday. Last night was rough though, as kids got sick and kept my wife and I up all night. Oof, that's rough. I hope they're feeling better soon. You got an update to your demo out on Monday. That's awesome. I need to check out the latest stuff you've got. If you want to share a link in the chat, I'm sure everybody else would love to see it. And also, I'll check it out again after the stream too. Share with the biscuits out there. All right. Carol really wants to make a cake for Bob's birthday, but she's out of turtle shells. Whatever will I do? Can you hunt down a baby turtle and bring me its shell? Let's see. Don't share, it's dangerous. Oh, it censored the link. My bad. Here, yeah, hit me with it on Discord, and I will bring it up on stream and show it off to everyone. Oh, there's lots of messages in Discord. Oh, I see Micah considering that laptop. Hell yeah. No worries, Risky Biscuit. I've got the link around here somewhere. I'm super out of it today, but if you want to send it to me, there you go. I see it now. Let's show this off real fast. This is Risky Biscuit Games' game that he's working on, SOS Forgotten Planet. Fun fact, if you play this game, I promise that you will be fluent in Morse code by the time you win. Survive. It's a very cool looking game, and I love the aspect of like learning stuff as you play. It doesn't look like a class type thing. It looks more of like you're basically learning in order to play the game versus being tested on it. So very cool, and I like the vibe a lot. You know what? Here's a little shout out for Risky Biscuit too. Thanks for putting up with the chat censorship. If anybody wants to check out Risky Biscuit, go check him out too. Looks spooky. And I recognize you guys probably didn't get the audio for that. So here's a link to this. Well, yeah, just search SOS Forgotten Planet on Steam. And I'm going to wishlist it. Y'all should as well. Let's see. All good. Thanks for showing it. Need to update the trailer really badly now that it's third person. Yeah, our trailer also needs super updated. Tony's going to work on it in a couple days after he's done with the Wazda stuff. But that's always the struggle of like you build cool stuff, you want to show it off, and then you go and improve that stuff. You make it look way cooler, and then you show off the demo or the trailer before, and people are like, this isn't. It's not as satisfying to show off the old demo or the old trailer, but it's hard to go back and just like throw that old trailer away and make a new one. Maybe the next indie game demo I need to stream. Yeah, Cozy getting into those indie games. She streamed Elixir Emporium the other day for hours. It was super fun watching her. It's been really fun watching people play our game, like just seeing all the different ways they play because it's so open-ended and creative. I think with her stream, I took down like 30, 40 notes of like things to add, of just like noticing little things. And it's been really, really cool to be able to watch people play because it's really cool to like see what's clear, what's not. So yeah, her stream was very good for that. Would be really cool if she streamed others. All right, let's finish writing our silly quest for Chef Carol, not Kale. Let's see. And we are going to say, you don't need a turtle shell to make a cake, silly. Here, I do have some. You have eggs in your inventory already. Use those. And Carol says, my bad, I just really dislike turtles. You're right, though. I can make a cake with all this. They help so much, honestly, when people play on stream. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we've also had a couple other people from the Discord play, and A couple of them have been putting together like challenges, like scavenger hunts and like going head to head. It's been really, really cool to watch not only people play, but people like kind of create their own games on top of the game too. Kind of crazy to see that uh, people can do that and people can play that long. Uh, I think I mentioned this last week, but when we put out the demo originally, we were like, we were shooting for like 15 minutes of play. Like, we were to send it to people and then people would open it up and be like, oh yeah, this is kind of cool, and walk around and be like, yeah, I can see how this would be a cool game someday. So our Steam analytics are like very, very promising. I wonder if I can bring them up. Surely I can show that if I don't show any like private things. But we have such a huge bump at the like 2+ hour mark. Now, let me find this. Well, like once people get into it and play, they go hard. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where it is offhand. That's fine. I'll share it on Discord later or something. But yes, let's double check. So if Carol says I need turtle shell for a cake, we convince her you don't need that for a cake. She makes the cake anyway. Will this give us yes? And we also have some options here. I'm going to generate it a few times just to make sure we consistently get yes. We can go the route of trying to make sure it works on a small model as well, like GPT-4 Mini, which is logically like a little bit harder to get consistent. We also have like O3 Mini now, which might be more relevant for like more complicated quest resolutions. So, but that'll take slightly longer, but it'll be more logical. So we kind of have two routes to go. I want to double check if the assistant or the chef were to actually said, no, Bob really likes turtle cake. I need turtle shells for that. So in that case, the quest isn't resolved. So we should get no. Interesting. Why? What index is this? Interesting. What are we even getting back? Could it be a blank? Let's just go look. Also, Cozy says I'll be in and out of stream for some meetings coming up. No worries, Cozy. Good luck in the meetings. Happy to have you here. Thanks for being here. I think this will actually catch the breakpoint from the Unity editor. Maybe? Maybe not. But what I'm gathering from this error is that this choices array isn't set. So we are probably getting an error back. And I'm guessing that the error might be based on that prompt injection stuff that they just added. But I want to see if we can jump in and actually see the text that we get back. But we're taking a second to attach to Unity here, I guess. But once we're attached, we'll go over and we'll generate another response. We'll see if it catches this breakpoint or not. And we'll check it out. Because what will probably happen is it's returning like a hash that says error, detected bad prompt, or whatever their message is. And it doesn't have the choices array that's normally in the response of like, here's the generated text. It's stuck in choices at 0. Weird that it's still attaching, but all right. There we go. All right. So let's clear this. Let's generate a response. It dumps us over here. Perfect. Let's jump forward a step. So we've got JSON response. There we go. There's our error. Let's actually view it as JSON. Make it a little bit nicer. The message was filtered due to the prompt triggering Azure's content managed policy, blah, blah, blah. This is the error of, let's continue out of here actually. So this like conversation history when you have this here in the user prompt. They really don't like that anymore. So let's just move all this up and we can say actual input, I guess. And then here we can just drop our user prompt down to this and generate an example response. That should work, but let's double check. We step forward. JSON response now has our stuff that we expect. So it's got choices, one generation, like you can generate multiple things in parallel. So it's going to generate no. Perfect. That's what we want. So let's detach from Unity. What is this? What did I just click? So here we should always get no. But so now one quick test. You're right. I'll make cake with the rest of what I have. That should give us no. I mean, yes. It should give us yes because they can make the cake. Cool, cool, cool. But if they say some like non sequitur that doesn't resolve the quest or not, so we trigger like try to resolve quest, and they said, I haven't even had my coffee yet today. Will this consistently return no? Because we want it to return no by default until they've explicitly said that something like resolves the quest. So no, 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 no. We probably should add a button for like generating 10 times or something and getting all of the responses. So it looks pretty consistently no, like, but we can even hammer that back in and say something like, if the quest isn't explicitly resolved, err on side of no. Well, do we want that? That is me trying to make things hard again, because I don't want it too easy to resolve a quest, but maybe that'll come from playtesting. We'll take that out. This seems fine. Let's drop this down to 4.0 mini just to make sure we get no on that in case we want to continue on that. Cool, cool, cool. And let me actually just double check, like, I can't remember offhand whether 4.0 mini or... Okay, API key is truncated here. We are fine. So 4.0 mini actually is cheaper than 0.3 mini. Interesting. It's a much older model, but I guess it is very, very small. All right, so I think this will work. And then we'll plug it in. We'll put in the actual tokens so we can insert what we need here. And then I wonder if we even need a user prompt. Can we put this here? Works just fine, yeah. Huh, I wonder how we coded this. I wonder if I include a user prompt or not, if it's blank, but something to go back and check out. BRB, no worries, Risky Biscuit. Good luck out there. All right, so here's what we can do. Now we can actually try to resolve the quest. Because we have the prompt for what we'll use, we just need to get all of these pieces from within the action. So that means we need a reference to the persona to get their name, personality, etc. We key off the persona in the quest database to get their quest, and we key off the persona in the conversation database to get their conversation, their most recent conversation. So as long as we can pass in a persona, we should be able to. So if we create an initializer here. Public action, try to resolve quest with persona. Sure. Private persona. This.persona is persona. So here we can start, well, you know, we could move this to the quest database actually. So that would let us trigger it from other places as well. Do we want that? I mean, we can always move it later. I think we're fine for now. But let's just start building our pieces. So we have string persona name. Well, let's plug this prompt in and we can just build it as we go. Oof, this light here way too bright to focus. So we're gonna kill that light and rely on some sunlight again. All right, so we've got our services and databases. NPC database has our prompt for internal decision making, so I think it makes sense that we can also put our conversational decision making prompt there. So let's put that in. Like prompt conversation decision making. So that means we drag this well, wait. That's not at all what we want to do here. Because we already have all the conversation decisions being done. We need to add our prompt of resolving a quest. So that might make more sense on the quest database. So we have generating quests, interacting with quests. Let's say resolving quests. Public prompt resolve quest by conversation. So we will pull that bad boy in. Does this compile? Guess we need to. Do we have compilation errors? I don't think we do. We'll just manually recompile. Oh, there we go. In the quest database, what have I done? I see no syntax errors here. Compiling. Okay. So now we've got our prompt slot. Let's jump to this guy. Can we jump in the project directory? There we go. So quest database, try to resolve quest prompt, that bad boy. Let's go here now. In our conversation action names to trigger, if we get try to resolve quest, we create one of those with our persona, which is all we need, and then we execute it to try and resolve that quest. While we're here, let's also add case generate quest. I think that's what we called it. Generate new quest. All right. One day we will somehow unify these so we don't have magic strings everywhere, but by nature of generating strings from the LLMs and mapping that to class names, you kind of got to do this sort of like string to class name branching somewhere without, I mean, otherwise you do like reflection and say like, is this a valid class name, instantiate it, but then you open yourself up to a lot of nasty injection stuff. All right, so we can now generate a new quest and try to resolve a quest. Both of them, this one will execute and be fine. On quest generated, sure. We probably shouldn't add this marker if the conversation window is already open, but that's fine. We will want to, I mean, do we need to show like some custom UI saying like new quest? Maybe. We don't really need to quite yet, but notably this is a world action here, so it doesn't have the build chat event, which would give us our custom UI. So we can come back to that, but we can build our try to resolve quest now and test all that out. So here we have our prompt, which is our quest database prompt that we just added. Dot fill out with replacements, yada yada yada. Now is the time when we start putting in our tokens. So we got NPC name, or let's call it persona name. We've got persona profession. We could pass in the persona description. I feel like we don't necessarily need it. It would add a lot of extra tokens and it might make things more difficult, but I don't think it will make things harder. Like we have some NPCs where we say like he's really stubborn, and so including that as a description in this prompt will probably influence things to err on the side of like, nah, he really needs what he needed originally. So I don't think we'll include the description here. I think that's fine. We want our current quest. We want our conversation history. We want our most recent message. And I don't think there's anything else we need. So let's plug those in. We've got persona name gets replaced with persona.persona name. Why do we not include that? I see. Persona profession. I guess, yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be that long of a key. This is fine. Profession. Gets profession. We don't include the personality. We could keep it here in case we want to include it later. It'd be easy to add in, but it's fine. I guess we could also include the items in the NPC's inventory just to ground things even further. Like in our example of saying, I think we said like, oh, you have some eggs in your inventory, you should use those. That's a great example of the player could lie about that, and if the NPC doesn't have a way to look at their own inventory as an action or like verify things, they might just, it might be a logically breaking point for the player where they're like, oh, I can just lie to people. But if you try and lie and get called out of like, I don't have eggs in my inventory, you silly goose, I think that's a cooler experience because the player doesn't expect the NPC to be that smart, and then they're like, ooh, what else does he know? Like, how far can I push him? How can I actually lie to him? I think that makes sense. So let's also include items in inventory. It's pretty easy to add in since we already have the logic. We just need to write the text to include it. And we'll say items. We'll call it inventory. Health potion, axe, hammer. you know, salt. And then in our actual input, we'll just do inventory. And then we will have that be, you know what? Should they also know about the player's inventory? If you say like, hey, I have this item that will help you, and you name like, oh, it's a cursed violin, does it make logical sense for that NPC to be able to say like, hey, you don't actually have that item? Or, I mean, it's in the player's bag, so it could be private. So maybe not. We'll just show the NPCs or expose the NPC's inventory. So here we've got NPC inventory, and then we won't show the player's inventory, but we do have our conversation history, and we also have, oh yeah, a most recent message. How do we want to pass that through? We'll do that in a sec. Let's bring in our quest as the last piece. Wait, well, that's not gonna work, but could try. We'll come back to this guy because we also need quest, which is here, just our current quest, and we grab that off the quest database. Quest database.instance.currently, no, that's not it. Quest 4, get quest 4 persona. Cool, so that should fill in all of our tokens that we've added to this prompt. So it fills in all that game state, and the NPC can reason about whether or not the quest is complete or not. So let's get that last bit that we don't have, the most recent message, and then we can test it. So back in our NPC window manager, here is where we trigger this. We have the most recent message passed through early on. Like we could pass it all the way through. It's a pretty janky way to write some code, but it would work. Like if we just took this and added as a second parameter onto everything passing through, we could do that. The better approach is to make sure that this has executed, so it's the final message in the conversation. But because that is tied to the end of a typewriter effect, we probably don't want to wait that long, because we want this text and like logic and stuff to be all ready by the time that typewriter effect is done. Oh my goodness, that sun. We don't want like the NPC to say something and then the player has to wait to determine whether that resolved the quest. Like the whole point of the typewriter effect is to give us time to do all this logic under the hood. So while they're saying it, they can be making these decisions. So you know what? For now, we will pass it all the way through. We'll get to learn something nice about anonymous functions and currying data around. So we have trigger any relevant conversation actions for most recent response. We do that, and then we pass this, or we pass the output of it to got list of conversation action names to trigger. We actually are just going to pass everything along. Most recent response. And since this is all only used here, it's like not the best interface, but it'll work for now, and I'll think about how we want to clean it up later. But now we can pass that through here, and now we can also just pass it in here. Most recent response. Cannot type today. All right, so then we just pull it off that and say most recent message is most recent message on this. Cool. So that should work. Should work. So that handles the logic of executing this action. So the NPC will actually, oh right, we have just a little bit left, but they will execute this action, which will determine whether or not the quest is resolved or not. So we actually want private void got quest resolution answer string yes or no, which is what the LLM generates. That'll be our callback from start coroutine. Is it coroutine.start or something? What's that lot? Start coroutine, right? Yeah. Maybe I just need to include something. Start coroutine prompt dot generation coroutine with a callback of got quest resolution answer. Why is it because we can't run coroutines? Ooh. That might be an issue. What's happening is we are not in the like main Unity thread or main Unity like context, player context. So we don't have their coroutine management stuff. So we talked about whether we wanted this logic to live in our execute function here or in the quest database. Turns out we want it to live in the quest database. So let's go over to quest database, put it up here, and we can add in a method, which is in a singleton, which is in the Unity main thread. We can have a public void try to resolve quest based on current conversation string most recent message, which is like a little bit weird still to pass around, but it's also the most important message in the conversation. But all we're going to do is yoink all this, bring it over to the quest database. We also need to pass through the persona. And like that, this blah, blah, blah. So now when the action try to resolve quest action executes, we just call quest database dot instance dot try to resolve quest based on current conversation, and we pass through the stuff, not this though. And so we need to think about architecture a little bit more, because we kind of need to get a response back of whether or not it was able to be resolved, because we'll be using that in our chat event to show to the player like, hey, this quest was resolved or this quest wasn't resolved. Here's your rewards, etc. So maybe we do actually keep this bad boy. And we can take in a callback of, what is it, action string or something. How do I do that? Let's see. Where's my cursor? I want the third parameter to be a reference to a void blah string method. What's the syntax for that? Oh, action string. Yeah, I was right. I was right all along. Easy peas. And we'll say on response callback. So does the quest database need... Yeah, it probably should have some logic for like what happens when you resolve a quest. That probably lives in the NPC window manager right now. Because we have the end quest 4, but I don't think that gives rewards. Where is this called? End quest 4 called in one place. NPC window manager if it was resolved after rewarding stuff. So a lot of this probably needs to move over to the quest database as well, which we can do, probably for the best. But we're just changing a few different things at once right now. Luckily, we are never going to write bugs, so let's move some of that over. We want a internal void give quest results from persona. Are there, or not results, we want rewards, but are there any rewards for not solving a quest successfully? Probably not. So we can assume that it's always the successful resolution rewards here. Which I guess is kind of, quest rewards should imply that, but here, where are we going? This is generic interactable NPC. This is if we solved the quest or not. We want to quest database dot instance dot give quest rewards from shown persona. And so all this should be able to move over. Let's move it over and then look at it. So friendship is still like a work in progress. We have some new ideas of like perks and stuff for befriending the NPCs in town, which should be pretty fun, but we haven't implemented any of it yet. It's probably something we'll tackle maybe a couple weeks from now. But let's go ahead and just keep it in for now. We're increasing that friendship score, redrawing the friendship score, which probably exists here. Let's go ahead and just make that public, and then we can redraw it from here if the NPC window is open, which it should always be when you're resolving a quest, either through giving an item or through text, but maybe there will be weird race conditions where that's not the case, so it'll work either way. If UI references dot instance dot NPC window dot is window open, then redraw friendship score. Cool. And that does not take a persona, just reads with whatever persona is loaded into the window, which is exactly what we want. Here's where we reward the player with gold. But we limit it to how much gold that persona has on them, which makes sense. and deduct it from them, give it to the player. We probably want to redraw the player's gold count, I would assume. Let's go look in here and see if there's update gold text. Yeah, that's what we should call. Okay. And then we also have the NPC give the player some random items from their inventory whenever you solve a quest from them. Is kind of a, here's some random items, thank you so much type thing. So we grab the slots that have items in them, make sure that those items aren't the item that was just given to the persona, which we now have lost that reference because we don't really want that in the quest database. That's a NPC window manager type thing. So if we were to take this out, you could give an NPC an item that would solve their quest, and then they would immediately give it back to you, which is a little bit weird. But they wouldn't do that if you gave them a consumable to solve their quest, like a potion they needed to drink, because they'll actually drink it and consume it and get the effects and stuff, so it wouldn't be in their inventory to get back. And all other items, I mean, logically, if you gave them like a baseball bat to solve their problem, they would be able to give it back when they were done. So I think that's fine. Like tools and stuff, we could maybe deduct some durability from them later or something. But I don't necessarily think that we need to prevent giving back that item. I guess you could buy out all of the items that an NPC has, and then you know that when you give them an item for a quest, they'll always give it back. But I feel like that's a lot of work for like no benefit. So I guess if players want to do that, sure. Alright, slots to choose from. Right. We built that off this bad boy. So we don't need that anymore. We can just have filled inventory slots. And then we give the player that item. Right, we have a bug in here of when we give an item to the NPC, it doubles the item. So we're close to that. We can poke around in that too. Welcome back, Tony Sprocket. How's it going? Let's see. So we give the player this item, and then we remove it from the NPC's inventory. I think that's fine. All right, so all that lives in the quest database now. So when you try to resolve a quest based on that, we can now pass in got quest resolution answer as our callback to call. What are you working on? I am working on conversation actions that the NPCs can trigger mid-conversation. So right now we're working on resolving a quest. So here's a quick example of like, if this town guard says that he's really insecure about being bald and wants you to find him a wig, if the player were to convince them that they don't actually need a wig and they're actually a big, strong man, that'll also resolve the quest successfully and they'll get their rewards and stuff. It's kind of, it feels a little bit like working on You're Not Alice, because it is back to like coercing and convincing these NPCs of things. But I'm trying to ground it a little bit better with like giving them a list of items in their inventory and like passing the full conversation through and trying to keep it so you can't just be like, I'm actually a wizard, poof, your problem is solved. And they're like, oh my God, thank you so much. But it'll be pretty cool to let people talk to these NPCs, get these weird quests, and then like solve them without even crafting stuff too. We've had a lot of people on stream try and do that, so kind of letting people push the limits of what they can do with NPCs. And we are almost done with trying to resolve quests. We're just hooking up the last of the like plumbing for it. We've got the execution, the logic of resolving the quest done, I believe. We still need to test it, but we need to do the custom UI. Maybe that's where we should build chat event to like show the NPC thought about their quest and it has been resolved. Thank you so much message. I feel like this gets called automatically somewhere, so we might not want to be doing that. Oh, it's literally right there. So we don't actually call this anywhere. That's interesting. And that's for the best. I was worried we would call it in NPC window manager here. Check to see if like the action chosen is that action type, but we don't, so everything is fine. Easy. So in try to resolve quest, that means we can build this chat event, which I can't remember how we wanted to implement this, but it's interesting. Let's go look at our enum or our structure that we built. So we have a chat event that has an event type. So try to resolve quest. It has metadata of dynamic types that we can add on it. So maybe that's what we would add as like, was it resolved or not? Oh, it's over here. And we've got the initiator role, which is basically how it collapses into a regular chat message to be passed back in OpenAI or wherever we go. So instead of having that complex like event, it'll just collapse down to a system message saying the NPC solved their quest or whatever. I think we're good. We just need these pieces. Oh, and that's what... oh. Build event content. Let's rename this to... collapse event into system message string. Yeah, that seems fine. There's a potential problem there where like it's not lazily computed. It's collapsed when we first built this event. So if something changes later, it's not going to update, but that might be good. We'll see. So we are creating a new chat event here. That's going to require everything that a chat message wants. So role and content. Let's bring this guy up here and this guy over here. So role is assistant. I guess we don't need content because we're going to build it from that. Let's go ahead and say this dot role is initiator role also. So those are always in sync. So we really just need, we'll use this initializer. So event type of try to resolve quest. The initiator role of assistant, because it's being done from the NPC to the player. And then, is that the syntax of this? No, it's not. And then we have, however we want to pass this guy in, string to object. So we could just do like result true, I guess. Does that work? No? New dictionary of string to object. I don't remember the syntax. Oh, we don't even have collections. This is fine. This music's putting me to sleep. Need more coffee. We are almost all the way through this Chrono Trigger soundtrack. All right. So I'm thinking, I'm pausing here because I don't know if this is how we want to actually store all this metadata, but let's do this. Give me an example of creating a chat event with metadata of success equals true. So it would do, it's just going to build the dictionary and pass it in. Yeah, we can do that. I was trying to do the inline syntax. Oh, and I also had parentheses here. That's what big difference was. So we can just say new dictionary, blah, 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 curly braces. And then we put our object in here of success. Oh, it's a comma. I also had colon there. That's fine. So there's our syntax. So this, when this action resolves, it tries to resolve it. Let's do a private string success. Set that. And then here we can say success. And that will create the event, which won't change from then on. And we use this object to draw the custom UI. But for actual generations, it will collapse down to NPC let's also add we have event type. Okay, so event from NPC, try to resolve quest, and then it'll say success equals true or success equals false. I think that's fine. It doesn't have to be like human readable for the chat message. And I think we should actually just have initiator role. Like we don't need the labels. All right, so I think that'll work. The last piece of the puzzle is drawing custom UI for showing what happened with these events. We don't have to get super pretty with that, but these events have so they inherit from chat messages. So we have our list of chat messages. When we iterate through that list of chat messages to draw the NPC window, we can check to see if that message is a chat event, and if so, we can use its event type to branch and show different pieces of UI. So event type of offer item for sale will have a little button that says buy this item or not, versus asking for a hint or help on a quest will have a button that like opens your map or something, or maybe not. So let's go over to the NPC window manager where we draw such an ugly switch case, where we draw the conversation message. And that's going to be around these parts. Redraw conversation history. We've got a text-only conversation message controller, which does the typewriter effect and like manages itself. But this is where we're going over each message. We hide system messages, at the start at least. I think these events are not labeled system messages. Should they be? They are going to match the role of whoever did that action. And it doesn't really matter to us what the role is. I'm trying to think of if we pass through a conversation between a player and NPC to OpenAI or whatever. You have user, hello, assistant, hey, what's up? User, do you have anything to buy? Should you have then assistant show inventory, or system NPC showed inventory? I think it can just be under the NPC. It's fine. Yeah, because that also is like if you had a theoretical action that could go either ways, like insult the other person. The player could have triggered that action, I guess. The NPC could trigger that action. It becomes more relevant later when we have NPCs talking to other NPCs. So we kind of need to know who triggered that action. So I think it's fine. And this is our role. So yeah, let's put it there. Here. So skip over the system messages. If it's the final message, we use the typewriter effect. Otherwise, we set it. So that'll only be done if it's not one of these events. So if we say if message is chat event, chroma LLM service.chat event. So if it's a custom chat event, chat events get custom UI. Then we do some stuff here. If it's not a chat event, that means it's text only. So text only message. We go down and all this happens here. So this seems fine. So here, we're going to need like a mapping of the event type to effectively a prefab almost. We could build like a single general customizable prefab that can like include buttons, include text, include whatever else. But I think it makes more sense to add small prefabs that are very specific and let us design it and look nice. And then we just have a mapping of that chat event type to its prefab that gets displayed in place of a message. The problem with that is dictionaries aren't serializable in Unity's inspector. So where we would normally have like key and then drag in a prefab, we can't do that. So I guess we can do just like a bunch of variables since we're effectively hard coding in the prefabs anyway. We could have a generate quest chat prefab variable, a resolve quest chat prefab variable, and so on. We'll do that. So that will live somewhere else though. Close all but this. So where do we want to store list of prefabs for conversation actions? Conversation database makes a lot of sense, I think. Yeah, that seems fine. So here, we'll add a new header for conversation actions, not events. And we'll have a public game object prefab C action. This is going to be a really long name. For generate new quest and try to resolve quest, I think is what we called. Try to resolve. Okay, we still have an error there. We'll come back to it. So here we have two branches when we, I'm jumping back a little bit just to wrap this up, but we have two branches when we try to resolve a quest. One is where we're creating this chat event, and two is where we're giving the rewards. So where are we doing rewards from here? So when we give them an item and it's successful, we give them the rewards there. Here also, we want to give quest rewards from persona. So if the quest is successful here, so if result.toLower contains yes, nah is equal to yes, then we'll do these. Or, you know what, we'll just give the rewards. And otherwise, we always call the callback. That makes sense. And we probably also want to call end quest for. Let's double check down here. We give our quests and then we end the quest. I think that makes sense. And we only do that if it's a success. Only do this if it's a success. Active quest for. I think we can move this up in here. Just kind of clean things up a little bit logically. So now we have the same sort of block where we resolve the quest through text as well. So here, if the quest is being resolved, then in the quest, and always do the callback either way. Because the callback is here just creating the chat event that says yes or no, was it successful? But we should actually address the logic in the quest database as well. Cool. This is a lot to test, but is fine. So now we just need, well, one, this to compile so we can get our prefab here. We need to create a prefab for our new quest here, and then we'll test it. So we need a prefab for what it shows when an NPC tries to resolve a quest and it was either successful or not. and we should make it with the thought in mind that we might also reuse it from the same flow of like when you give an item, we might just use that prefab for showing that the quest was resolved there. So with that in mind, let's rename this to prefab quest. Let's say new quest. Conversation event quest generated. Conversation event quest completed. And yeah, I don't really like the C event. We're going with longer names. Chat event quest generated or chat event quest completed. Cool, those will be fine. So here, we basically are creating an event object that holds our metadata. A little bit of indirection here versus just trying to pack it all into a string that we unpack and parse and blah, blah, blah. It's nicer, I think, to have all it a little structured passed around, and then we can collapse it to the string for OpenAI. But we build this chat event, and then when we're looping over the chat event in our MPC window to show all of the messages, let's go there. Here, if what we got is an event, we can just switch message.event type, or gotta cast it over to a chroma lm service.chat event message.event .event type, and then branch based on the event type into this prefab and instantiate that prefab. So we'll say game object chat event prefab chat event is null, so we can pull it out after the switch. Case, let's say this try to resolve quest is a good name, because if success is false, we can show like some reasoning of it didn't solve the quest because blah, blah, blah. We can rename that later if we want. We just have to stay consistent across everything we're doing here because we're working with strings. Let's see. It is try to resolve quest. And that's going to pull from conversation database .instance .prefab chat event quest completed, which is not consistent because this is going to imply that like the quest was completed successfully. We want to, let's rename this to chat event try to resolve quest. That's fine. And we'll say new quest generated. Why not? Keep them the same length, I guess. So here we have that, and we have case new quest generated. Prefab chat event gets set there. And then here we'll have a component on the chat events that is like load data or whatever. I mean, I guess we don't need to generalize it that much. We can like instantiate them from here, I guess. I was trying to kind of reuse a lot of things. Felix, welcome on in. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I got the sun beating down on me today, so it's hard to get some good lighting, but we are neck deep in some real hard code. But we're getting real close to be able to test it. We've been writing it for a little bit, so fingers crossed it works on the first try. But we just put out our demo last week. We saw a bunch of players trying to do something in the game. And so we are basically coding in the system that lets them do that. That thing being resolving quests by talking to NPCs and just like helping them through words, convincing them that things are going to be okay. Rather than the normal route of like going out and collecting items and crafting items and giving them what they need. So I think it's pretty cool to be able to like solve quests in different ways, and we've got some crazy NPC stuff, so people very expectedly were trying to push the bounds of what they could do with NPCs, so we're letting them do that. Welcome on in. How was your weekend? What have you been up to today? Doing anything fun, or am I a second monitor at work? Let's see. I guess we can start just building some prefabs for these chat events. But for the time being, we'll just do the very simple route. We don't need to like generalize things quite yet. We can just say game object event is instantiate this bad boy within our conversation content controller. A little bit concerning that didn't autocomplete. Do we not have that in scope or something? Oh, it's probably because we called it event, which is a reserved word. About to have dinner, then maybe we'll game dev also. Heck yeah. Have fun in dinner. What are you going to have? And also, what are you working on? I know that I get a lot of game devs in my streams. I'm always so curious what people are working on, just because like high level games are always super different, but just the extent of like the specific technologies that everyone works on is so crazy. Like I'll watch a regular human and he'll be in Blender for hours, and I'll watch somebody else and they're doing music for hours. I was just so curious what all everyone's working on. Gonna hit this window again. There we go. There's some more consistent light. I don't know if he cameoed, but we also have Dimitri in my lap helping out with some code. And very, very sleepy. You're going to have some pasta? Hell yeah. I made some good mac and cheese last night with peas and tuna. Is that weird? Pasta's a jam. Then probably we'll work on achievements for Steam today. Achievements, you say? I have been wanting to start learning how achievements work for the last probably week, because I want to do some cool achievements for this game. I've never done them before. What kind of achievements are you making? I just might pick your brain if it's available. But it's always just cool to hear about it. It looks like, I mean, it doesn't feel logically like achievements should be that hard to integrate. Either they're going to be like, yes, no, do they have this achievement? Or they're going to be like counters or something, where you're like adding, but it just feels so daunting. I don't know why. I haven't really integrated any other Steam services, so maybe they'll end up being more complicated than I thought. Why do we not have... Is that not this? Did I just typo it? Oh, controller container. Yep. Let's see. All right, so we make our chat event, and it should be active by default, I would imagine. We don't need to do that quite yet. And then, yeah, we'll probably have different components on each, so we'll like load it differently. So for now, let's just do this. we'll have our on new quest. We do prefab new quest generated. So we need to build these prefabs so we can show them in chat. And then we can finally freaking test this thing. I use Heathen Engineering for Unity to simplify interaction with Steam. Then I'll start with simple achievements like finishing the game once, collecting every relics, upgrading a relic to max level, then maybe make an in-game menu to list achievements. Okay, cool. I'll check out Heathen Engineering. I've never heard of that before. Hopefully this is fine to Google on stream. I assume the asset. Oh, okay. So it's like a toolkit for different things. I gotcha. So if I look achievements, Heathen achievements. I'll look around. No worries. But thank you for the lead. Yeah, they probably just like generally help working with Steam stuff. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check this out after the stream a little bit. Thanks for the reference. But that's exciting. I love collecting stuff, so you got me with collecting every relic and upgrading every relic. Have you... I think it said you were a first-time chatter, but I feel like I recognize your name. But maybe I'm wrong. Have you mentioned in the stream what you're working on before? I feel like I've seen you before, but Twitch says I haven't. So if you want to share what you're working on, I would love to hear it. If you want to run a good dinner too, that's all good too. Just curious. All right, we're going to build these prefabs though. We're going to run over. Let's get all this stuff out of our way. Let's go to our NPC window. We'll build some prefabs. We'll link them up on the conversation database. We will instantiate and load them with data when these events happen, and then we can finally test things. We're going to go the whole stream without testing. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I have not tested a single thing yet, but I believe. That's an odd error. All right. Running over UI windows, NPC window. It's going to be our conversation. Let's turn that bad boy on. And let's go ahead and just make some prefabs. Last week I had to finish my educational game contract. Now it's done, so I'm returning. Oh yeah, you were doing the slicing game, right? With the decimals, comparing decimals. So I have seen you, but you haven't been in my stream. That's why I was like, I know this guy. I feel like I should know what he's working on, but Steam or Twitch is like, you haven't seen this guy before. Okay. You're returning to your game Little Galaxia. You made a Steam page. Let me check that out. Oh, not partner. Oh, don't mind that. There we go. Let's check this out. Little Galaxia. And I'm going to get the audio, but I don't think you guys get the audio. Wow, okay. So, fun fact, my wife, her family, I'm sure you know that there are some popular mobile games that are kind of like this mechanic right now where you're dropping fruit and combining them. Her whole family plays that game, and they got me playing it, they got her playing it a little bit, and this game looks gorgeous. I would switch to this in a second. It's very pretty. I don't know if there's other stuff going on, but honestly, like if it was just the same game with these graphics, I would play it instantly. Looks like there is other stuff going on, so that's even better. But yeah, I'll definitely have to check this out. Is it coming soon? You're getting a wish list. When? When is this coming soon? And also, are you doing PC, or is this gonna also be a mobile game? I know Unity can kind of build in both, but I've never actually ported something to mobile from Unity. All right, so this guy, we're going to make a chat event even. So we will get rid of his text mesh pro component, content size fitter, etc., etc. This is going to have maybe a background, maybe a frame, probably some text. And I mean, I guess we can just insert the variables into the text. We don't need like a couple different labels. That's probably enough. We could do like spacers and stuff, but I want to finish before an indie game festival in May. For PC first, then could look into mobile afterwards. Yeah, that's exciting. How long have you been working on it? It looks really good. I also still have that tab open. I have had no time to look into things since I saw your stream, but I'm super excited to apply for that program and see what kind of stuff they have. That'd be cool. All right. Chat event. Interestingly, this doesn't seem to control width. Or maybe it does. Oh, it just has no height? Yeah, okay. So we can give it a height. We probably will based on the content of the text. But this guy, let's expand that. Let's get our frame in place. Just pick a reasonable one that can be scaled that hard. Sure, that's fine. Let's do a mostly transparent, like slightly darker background. Center this text. You've been working on it about 1 year. It looks really good. The visuals, the graphics are something that I struggle with a lot. I'm very much like a systems programmer. I've only been doing game dev for like 2 years now. My background's definitely in regular programming. So I'm really impressed with how things look, and I'm sure it was hard to code too, but it reminds me of like, I don't know if you ever played Geometry Wars, but there's a lot of clones of Geometry Wars now, but it was like one of the first games that I played that was just like, this is fun to play because it's so pretty. Looks really cool. Let's see. Bob thought about his quest and decided the player has solved it. That's such bad phrasing. And also while we're here, let's go ahead and get some margins in here. 30. And maybe 10. We'll just expand this. Right. We expand this. That's some really good visuals. Yeah. All right, this is looking a little janky. I think if we improve the text, maybe we focus it more at the player, like you solved Bob's quest. That would be, so this is an event for, let's say, chat event, try to resolve quest. So the options are either you solve the quest or you didn't. So if you didn't, it'd probably be something like Bob thought about your solution to their problem but remains unconvinced. I feel like we want to potentially have some wide borders just to kind of simulate nicer centering. Yeah, I think this would be fine. It's kind of a boring event if, so let's save this text. So if you do solve the quest and say you solved Bob's quest, that's like, there's no why do you need to show this? You could have just put it in text. Why is this a special thing? So we could say like, you've been rewarded with blah. That's a little nicer because it kind of pairs the rewards that you got with why you got them, and also has a more textual record of what you actually got, versus just happening to see that little item tooltip saying you got this. And maybe we even make this a little passive and say they rewarded you with chalk, or whatever the item is. And you know what? We can even do some color equals yellow. Get that energy flowing. Maybe we even say they gave you chalk as a reward. Might be a little easier to parse. I guess it'd look like this when we insert the item name. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're starting to get events in chat. This is our first one. Yeah, that's fine. So what we should do, let's say solved quest successfully. And let's do another one for didn't solve quest. And then instead of like doing the string manipulation and tweaking it based on the reward and whether you did or didn't solve it, we can just simplify the code a little bit and just set the text directly and then turn on the right one. So when that's turned off, we got this guy, and let's grab our string we copied. And maybe we even do some color on this guy. Can we do pink? No. That's pretty rough. Pretty bold. So red, green, blue. So we want it closer to white, so like DAA. D88. That's a little better. Cool, so we can just turn that on when it's not a correct solution, and then turn this on and insert the text we want when it is. That's fine. We could also show like the item that they gave. If we do reward image, we know we have a padding of, I think it was 60 on our text. 60, so as long as this is 60 by 60, we can put it over here, and will that look nice? I don't know. Might not be obvious what it is. Maybe over here. You know, that's not bad. Especially if we were to maybe left align this. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay, okay. So let's make him a cool Hundo by hundo. We could also put a small border on him, I guess. I don't know if that'll look good. Might make things a little bit cleaner though. Let's do a frame on him. It's really light. Yeah, that's probably fine. Anchor it over here. Oh, right. This guy's that, and this guy gets anchored that way. Okay. Maybe we even color the item name received. That might be a little bit too much. Maybe not. That looks kind of nice. Is that too many colors? It's probably fine. And then, so those two will be active if you solve it. If you didn't solve it, it looks like this. If we left align that, that's fine too. I kind of like this though. We don't have dynamic resolution, so this will always wrap here, which is kind of nice. Let's see. This guy might be done. Let's go ahead and make another one real fast for the other chat event we've implemented, and that is generate new quest. We'll save these as prefabs and rig them up soon. But we'll get them going. So this guy, we probably want, so we'll say new quest text, which will always be on. Get rid of this. I guess this is kind of nice as like a mini title. So we could say new quest. Give the exclamation point for excitement. And then we'd put the quest text here. So we'd want to, that one's going to have a very dynamic height. So let's say, well, the quest itself is actually going to be the message that prompted this action. So if an NPC says, man, I really need a new hammer because my hammer just broke, what we do is analyze that NPC message to say, is this... no, we don't. We generate new quests when the NPC says that they need a new quest, or when the player asks if they need a new quest or if they need anything done, etc. So they will generate their own quest, add it to the conversation, and then that quest message will become the quest. So for now, this is probably fine, because I think we'll show the quest message in the text, or in the conversation. So maybe we can get this to look a little exciting. We can stylize this a little bit and things will be fine. Well, let's do that. So let's quickly find some image that's good enough for now, just to like reward the player with some visuals that feels good visuals. Sure. That seems fine. Alright, so all that said, let's go save these as prefabs. Brain. Let's see, where do we want these to live? I guess in the NPCs folder probably. Yeah, let's put them with them. So NPCs, prefabs, let's say chat event UI. We've got try to resolve quest, generate new quest. So now when we go to the conversation database, we can grab those guys, generate new quest, right? And try to resolve quest. So when those actions occur in the conversation as conversation events, rather than draw the text message that we would show, we'll use those prefabs, which I think will look nice and cool, especially when we get some with like buy buttons and sell buttons and more cool stuff. We could do like a rock, paper, scissors event where you choose rock, paper, or scissors and it determines whether you win or not and inserts it into the chat. And we could have some NPC like trigger that event whenever they have a disagreement with you to decide who's right. Cool, so let's do that. I think we don't necessarily need to write the logic of populating them with data right now. We can just jump in and test it now. Because we can just say, let's put a breakpoint. Let's attach first because it takes forever to attach. We'll put a breakpoint here every time we redraw the conversation history. And once we know that we're breaking in correctly, we'll swap that out. We'll have a breakpoint inside here. So anytime we detect a chat event, we will go through the logic. And let's also, on the, is it on NPC Brain that we do conversation events? I don't think so. It's on NPC Window Manager. Oh, that's where we were. Let's see. Actions. Conversation actions, that's what we want. Let's put one here. Let's put one need to recompile over here or something. We're gonna put one just to double check that NPCs have conversation actions to choose from, and then we'll also put one here to see what our response is on a message of what actions to trigger, and then we'll run down this logic to actually watch it trigger. So all these should be good. We've recompiled. That is connected there. Breakpoint. Let's turn this guy off. And the NPC that we first encounter is a little weird because he's the only one with a hard-coded quest. And since this is all about quests with NPCs, I guess he's a great one to test resolving a quest. So here's what we're gonna do. Since he knows what is in his own inventory, let's give him a hammer as our backdoor. Let me delete this little bot guy. Oh, wrong window. Say your prayers, bot. Yeah, so he's going to ask us for any tool in order to fix the gate. He always asks that because that's the tutorial, blah, blah, blah. We can give him a hammer in his inventory. He knows what's in his inventory, so theoretically we can go up to him and say, you actually have a hammer in your inventory, you could use that. Hopefully that will get him to one, trigger try to resolve quest, and two, have it resolved correctly. So that's like the simplest case, I think. So let's go do that. Eventually. All right, we roll. So we don't have a tool to help him, but he does. So surely things will be fine. Okay, right, because we're drawing the conversation history. So message history has one message, his welcome message, yada, yada, yada. I think that's also his quest message. So that's fine. Let's remove this break and continue. Cool. Kyle, I see you have a hammer there. I'd be happy to help wield it. I mean, I guess we could say we just gave him a hammer as like a way to lie to him and get him to look in his inventory. We probably should be creating these chat events for like when you give them items too. So that way they could see whether or not you gave them one. But, hail. Here's a hammer. That should do it. It's in your inventory now. So this is a roundabout way to like try and get him to resolve the quest immediately by lying to him. But we'll see if it what turns out. So he does have a quest. Good. I was worried about that since it's hard coded in. So possible actions that could be done on this message. We're removing generating a new quest. That makes sense. So all we have left is try to resolve quest. We probably should have... Oh, right. None is just injected here. Okay. Okay, so that's going to run. When it's done running, we'll get pumped into here with our list of actions to run. So that is going to be try to resolve quest. Cool. We're on the right track. Things are working. So he, based on his previous message, which was, good, stand back while I get to work, he's trying to resolve this quest now. So we want to break his list of actions to do down into a list. Okay, we're passing that through, so now we're going to go directly into doing that action. Action name, we're trimming that. Should match try to resolve quest. Cool. Let's put a breakpoint in there so we can also watch it happen. But that's just going to call this bad boy. So let's breakpoint here and also here when it's all done. We'll see if that one goes through. Cool. So we're going to execute the try to resolve quest action. So that's going to build us our prompt. We can inspect that prompt. Let's see if it looks good. So it has all of his information, Gareth the guard, here's the quest, here's the items in his inventory, which includes this hammer. His most recent message is good, stand by while I get to work. Conversation history is blank. Interestingly. We'll come back to that though, because I think we can test the rest of it without needing to jump in and fix that bug. But good. Seems like it's working. That's going to be the prompt to try and complete the quest. So when we get a response from that, whether or not the quest is completed will be the response. So we will jump back in here when we get that response. And so the result was yes. Ooh, okay. Well, we decapitalize. But the result is yes. So that means the quest was resolved correctly. I also notice, and that's a little redundant, based on the message that he sent to the player. So we should be giving quest rewards and ending the quest, which for this guy specifically will also open the gate because we have some other service watching for the first time we solve his quest, so you're let in and out of the tutorial area. So if we play, success is gonna be yes. Oh, that should be 2 lower also, just to make sure things are standardized, because we'll need that to compare in the actual logic that we do on the event UI that we built. But he gave us an ointment. All right, so he opened the gate himself. Hell yeah. All right, so we know the NPCs can resolve quests just with text now. Obviously, you can resolve quests while by giving them the items that they need to. The other piece of the puzzle is getting them to generate new quests while you're talking to them. I'm also realizing we never added the quest event to the chat window, so there's probably a bug there. But let's keep testing this, because if we say, is there anything else you need help with? That should trigger him to think of try and generate new quest, potentially. So he currently doesn't have a quest, so his possible actions he can take are generate new quest. So we will do the thing we do. Let's see what actions we get back. None. So it's probably a little bit hard to get them to trigger a new quest. We still need to figure out how we want to make that a little easier to prompt. But, I mean, that's fine too. We do want to double check the case of what happens when you get none here, because actually we can just skip over this entirely. If action name is equal to none, then continue. So that'll pass through, blah, blah, blah. It'll try and do this. So he's saying he doesn't need a new quest. But if we ran up to somebody before they generate a quest and say something like, I'm an alchemist wizard who can make your dreams come true, what can I get you? Maybe we can get them to generate a quest. You've won my selection process. I'll help you with any one task you need. What do you need help with? Like, getting them to generate quests like this isn't super important, because they're going to be generating quests in the background all the time anyway, and most of the time you're not going to be like in a position where you need to ask for more quests from anyone. But it is nice that if they mention wanting a new quest, they will actually generate one. We're just trying to make sure that anything that the NPC says maps back to the actual reality of the game. So if I forgot to press enter. We say this. All right, so she does not have a quest. We're going to go through. We got action names of emote cheer. Right, because she's excited. Sure. I guess we can roll through on that. She's excited about that. And then, oh, right. Wait. We didn't ever add conversation messages or like actions enabled for her. What does she have enabled? Brain, conversation actions, I see. Let's add try to resolve quest and surprised generate quest was an option for her. She has restate quest too. Interesting. All right, let's try this again. Phrase it as a quest and your will is my command. All right. Well, she does. Well, right. She doesn't have a quest now because the quest didn't actually trigger, or the event didn't actually trigger, which would create the quest. So possible conversation actions is a lot. Right. But she does have generate new quest now. So let's see if she triggers that. I feel like this never happened. Does she have a quest now? She does not. Give me a quest. I think something went wonky. She still doesn't have a quest. Possible conversation actions is a lot, so she should theoretically have something she wants to do here. We have a breakpoint on this guy, which triggers when we get anything back from this. So when we continue, this should hit. Okay, it does. She just says none. Interesting. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Oh, and we got some sort of error from the API too. Probably them getting mad at us injecting conversation in again. All right, so that's fine. Yeah. There's some prompt out there that we need to move our conversation history back up to the system prompt. I'm a little surprised that they would add this and break everyone's prompts, but that's fine, I guess. Okay. Well, we know that they can resolve their quests now, which is exciting. That's the important part. I just wanted to also get them generating quests. But I'm realizing it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go from message to quest because the whole way our quest generation works doesn't incorporate the current conversation. So we'll need to revisit that. We need to pull in like some extra context of whether the NPC is in a conversation with the player right now, what they're saying, and factor that in on the quest generation, I think. But not super important right now. Let's go ahead and save all these changes I made. Didn't want to save to recompile in the middle. But that should do it. Let's go add. Let's see here. What's the best way to do this? Let's. Oops. Oh boy. Oh boy. If we expand that. Grab all these brains. And we can add resolve quest to them all. And then we can just run around and play a little bit and try and resolve some quests through words. And then also through actual crafting, I guess. Try to resolve quest. The only issue here is going to be tutorial town guard probably has... Okay, he doesn't have that. All right, cool. And we might have just overrode everyone's, I guess. So like the chef that just had all the emotes. Let's see if she has all those still, or if we just overrode the list. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Let's do this. So not the guards, because they're on a different animator, but all these nice people. Let's also give them some other things that they can do during their conversation. Oh, things broke because I actually added cool walkabout when I was talking about something. Oh no. My action. I didn't mean to actually add that. Hopefully that didn't bork all of my actions everywhere, but let's recompile this just because it's an enum change, and then we'll add all these emotes. Oh no. Oh, so all of our actions were off by one, potentially, of just like what was enabled on everyone. This is fine. We need to look at it all again in a couple days anyway, since we'll have all these new actions. But now all these people have tried to resolve quest. See, we removed an element and they were set to the final element in the enum, which was a certain number, and there are less than that number of elements in the enum now, so we now have a blank thing. So we will add all of the emotes. Is there anything else we need? Sit down, blah, blah, blah. Look at something, maybe? I could have sworn we have, like, inspect object. Oh, yeah, inspect object. All right, let's add cower, dismiss, reject, clap, fix claim. All right, cool. And then finally, try to resolve quest. Let's now go fix those guards. They have the blank thing. And maybe they also, we can do like drink consumable in inventory. If you give them something and say, hey, drink this. Cool. So that should be everything for NPCs to be able to think about how you've tried to resolve their quest. And they don't always need you to give them an item anymore. If you have a way to solve the quest just by talking to them, they should solve the quest now, which is kind of cool. We still want to get quest generation working, so like you could solve a quest and then talk to them about something else, and then they would create a quest about that. But, I mean, things haven't changed there. You can just close the chat window and then walk around and they'll generate another quest for you anyway. So that'll come. We have other actions that we want them to be able to do, like if you're talking to them about something that they have something relevant in their inventory, they might try and sell it to you. Or if you are hyping up something in your inventory, they might offer to buy it from you. We've got a couple other actions and stuff, but for the most part, the thing that people wanted was being able to resolve quests just by like clicking the right options here, or saying the right thing, and that should work. So here, I guess we should remove the hammer from this guy's inventory real fast so we don't forget. Trying not to have items in people's inventories that you can just buy and give back to them. But this guy, this is just the starting inventory, so we can remove that now, and he still has it in his inventory, but next time we run the game he won't. So here, yes, I've got you a hammer. It's in your inventory now. You can open the gate. All right, and we also want to see that gate open, if it actually works. Oh right, we still are attached here. Let's just, should we have detached? Oh well, it's fine. Let's see if this does the trick. Okay. Did it work? Okay, sure, it worked, I guess. So, it was a little bit weird. I think what happened was we got hung up on the canned responses. You saw that they didn't show up until the next time we messaged. There's probably some piping there, but it's kind of crazy to like say some words and be like, hey, you have a thing, and then the gate opens in response. Cool. So let's just go see if we can get some other quests and see if we can solve them. Health potion's usually pretty good at solving stuff. We should probably add like a repair kit somewhere in town for you to grab because that guard's always asking for it. But this guy needs some fuel material. So you know what? We'll gaslight him too and say, I just gave you some coal. That should work. Let's see if he resolves the quest. Oh, right. And we're not showing the custom UI, I just realized. Maybe we'll add that in. I was just trying to test to make sure everything worked. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's figure out why the UI isn't showing, and then I can tweak some of the other stuff. So in our NPC window manager, I guess we should attach, we never hit this. So maybe the chat events aren't, they're either not getting inserted, so they're not in the message history, or they are not, like this if statement isn't working. Let's see. Will this work on a list of, or on a list chat message? Chat event inherits from chat message. Okay, should work. So maybe it's not getting inserted. And I guess, yeah, I don't remember getting breakpoints for here. We did get this though. Wait. I see. This is literally just returning the event. We didn't actually add it to the conversation. So conversation database dot instance dot get most recent conversation. That's not most recent conversation. Get conversation between. And that needs the player and this persona for now. So we've got persona.add event build chat event. Because that just adds it. And this constructs it. Okay, so that should draw the UI then. And we know that this guy at the front is resolving his quests correctly, so we can go in and test that out. Oh, my throat is so dry. I feel like my eyes are so dry. I didn't bring in my water before the stream. You know what? While this connects with Visual Studio, let me be right back. Easy peasy. My water was like 10 feet away just by the sink. All right. Coding. Here we go. This is still not attached. Wow, it could have taken a lot longer. There we go. So we want this breakpoint here is when we'll be adding it to the conversation. So we want to see him resolve the quest. And at that time, this is what we should hit. And we'll be able to inspect the conversation after that. Hydrate up, watchers. All right, and he also shouldn't have a hammer in his inventory now, so we will hit him once again with the you have a hammer in your inventory, and let's see if he falls for it now that he doesn't and he can see his inventory. There's definitely some sudden lag. Definitely some big frame drops. Wonder why. Alright. He does have 4 hammers in his inventory, apparently. Interesting. I just got you a hammer. It's in your inventory. Good luck. Okay, so going through yada yada yada. Got our prompt. Got our result of no, interestingly. His message was... Oh, it's out of scope now. It's fine. So here, success was no. But we should see the event anyway. We just haven't written the logic for like which text object to show. But he says... Oh, we finally hit this. All right, so there is an event in the chat now. Cool. It is a try to resolve quest event. If we play, should add it to the chat. And do we need a redraw? This is the redraw. Okay. So maybe we just need the extra frame to see it. All right. Oh, wait. Well, that's not good. It should be based on his most recent message. So this is the message. He says that should do the trick, so he should give yes. We say, did it work? I think we can get rid of this now. We need to tweak the actual like prompt of yes or no, but what is it stuck on? Okay. Jeez. Do you need more, Gareth? Oh. All right. That's fine, I guess. No, the gate's still jammed. We might need something sturdier, like a crowbar. Event from assistant, try to resolve quest, success equals no. Okay, yeah, this seems fine. So things are working. We need the custom UI in here as well, but the events are being logged into the conversation. We get the metadata stored with them that collapse down into these strings for passing through back to the LLM back and forth, but we keep the event. Curious why the hammer didn't work for him though. So I guess let's just do the thing the normal way. See if we can resolve the quest now. Oh, okay. So I wonder if we're going to be locked out because now we're going to give him a hammer, which he's like, nah, this doesn't work. You just gave me a hammer, my man. Okay. All right. I just got you a Brand new crowbar. It's in your inventory. Give it a try. Let's say, here you go. Give it a try. Let's see. Result of. Oh, right, we're up here. His most recent messages. Let's see if this does the trick. Stand back. Sure. Result was no. Okay, it's a sturdy gate, I suppose. Wow, you did it. Seems this gate finally met its match. Thanks for the help. Care to join me for a quick drink before you head off? I got some tales I don't mind sharing. Wow, okay, Gareth. Chill. The gate sure still looks like it's closed, my guy. But here's a hammer. Okay. Okay. All right. There's definitely some issues. But it's getting there. Oh, wait. Yeah, obviously we're seeing that it didn't solve the quest because we never actually do the logic of whether it solves the quest or not. Let's do that real fast, but the plumbing is good. We just need to address the control flow and logic and like maybe a little bit of the prompt too. All right, so here, try to resolve quest. If we look at this guy with any amount of width, sure, this is fine. So we want a generic chat event. Controller. That's fine. So in here, let's just have a public void list game object. Nah, we don't need to do this so general. I keep wanting to do one component for all of them just because it's nicer to have the configuration set up. But you know what? I think we're good. Let's nix this. We'll clear it out in a sec. But we can just say like quest resolution UI, whatever, and then have very specific logic because we have the switch case already. We can just say blah dot was successful is true or whatever. So chat event, try to resolve quest controller. What a name. Chat event, try to resolve quest controller. This guy, we have public void quest resolved successfully. Or, you know what, let's just do the age-old load data bool quest resolved successfully. And then we want I guess I wonder if we store what the actual reward for the quest was yet. Might be a little bit hard to pull from here, but we've got a public game object text quest was successful. Public game object text quest was unsuccessful. Public game object reward image. I guess that's the actual image itself. We can do an image. UI.image. And that should be fine. So if we have if quest was resolved successfully, successful's active true, unsuccessful active false, and turn on the game reward. We'd also want to do item quest reward dot image or dot sprite is equal to like reward dot sprite or whatever. But we don't know offhand where we're going to store that, so we'll hold off on that. In fact, let's not even set that. You know what? We'll keep it on. It's fine. Okay, so that's all we need for this. We just do a thing on this. Var obj is that. Obj.get component, that bad boy, dot load data. We have whether or not it was successful or not stored in the message metadata. So you know what? We're just gonna pass in message here. Let's go back and have this take a chat event, chroma LLM service chat event, can't use the word event. So we will say chat event dot interesting. Don't think that is. Let's do bool quest resolved successfully. It's false. How do we want to access this? Quest resolved successfully is equal to chat event.metadata.try get value success, I think is what we called it. And this does out that way, I guess. So probably doesn't return it. From bool to object, oof. Oh, right, because we store it as an object. And actually, out string label. Does this return a true or false? Yes, okay. So if we did this, then it'll go in if it had this key. We gotta cast the output thing from an object, I guess, but it's fine. Changes to quest system. Yes. Hey, Soro. Welcome on in. I don't know if you've seen what we're working on, but yeah, we are improving the quest system to give players a couple more options in how they solve quests. Right now, we've got a big ol' open world crafting RPG. Open world used loosely. It's still very early. There's not a lot of stuff out there. But each of the NPCs in the world will create dynamic quests on the fly based on things that they see, things that they know, like memories and the stuff they've seen the player do. And they are going to be asking for very open-ended things for you to craft for them. So it'll be like this one is hard-coded in for the tutorial, but you show up and this guy's like, hey, my gate is stuck. I can't let you into the town. Can you get me any tool at all? I can pry open the gate with it. So we use a lot of logic there for You generate or you craft a tool for him. You give him the tool. That process of like create an item and give him the item is how you solve quests. But we're adding in the ability to also solve quests from talking to the NPCs and like talking them through things, convincing them that maybe, I mean, he probably does need to open the gate, but convincing him that he doesn't need to open the gate would also solve the quest if you're able to do that. So basically some big reworks, and the way we're doing it is by adding actions that can be triggered from the conversation based on the things that you say, or the things that the NPC says at least. So if they say like, oh yeah, thank you, that solves my problem completely in the text, then it should resolve the quest as well. And we'll expand this to have other actions that like they can try and offer you items to buy and stuff like that too. But we are testing that. I got a little sidetracked and forgot what we were doing. Right, we are getting this working based on whether or not the quest was resolved successfully. We show some different text in the chat. So we just grab this guy, we say string yes or no is metadata.toString dot trim dot toLower, do all the sanitization. And then here, if we got a yes or no, we can set this. We should just set it more simply is equal to yes or no dot yes. Cool. So that pulls the metadata out of the conversation event, sets the state of how that event went so we can show it in the UI. So I think that'll work. We just need to call this guy with the event. And this let's do this. Cast it all the way through. All right, so that should work. Not so far. Oh yeah. Thanks for joining us in the Discord. Any more thoughts from playing the game? Oh yeah, I thought I recognized your name. I got you. I almost linked you the stream just to like say hi earlier. I know you're working on your own AI stuff. I'd love to hear what all you're working on too. But thanks for joining. Thanks for popping by too. Not so far. I was planning to maybe test a bit more in a bit. Hope you don't mind me checking out the prompts. I just find it's tons of fun to experiment with stuff. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, all the prompts, they're not like secret or anything. I do a lot of this on stream. I'm curious what all you're doing. Are you like decompiling the client and like looking at the prompts that way? I used to do a ton of decompiling of like Java apps and stuff. So just curious if you're doing something like that or if you're seeing it some other way. I don't know exactly how like Unity builds stuff. It might just be in like plain text files or something. But let's see if we can see some of this new UI in the chat now. Should be nice. I think it already looks a lot cooler to have some like visuals breaking up the wall of text that we had. You're using Unity Explorer attached to the game process, which basically lets me easily see and modify stuff. Oh, that's so cool. Can even enable FreeCam. Can you also enable WASD controls so we don't have to build it? That's cool though. All right, this guy says he needs a tool. He still has a hammer in his inventory, unfortunately. But we can use that and say, here's a hammer. That should work. Good luck. Let's see. That's a really weird spot for a breakpoint to be. But maybe we meant for it to be somewhere else. Let's do one here real fast for a first message. Wazda is getting closer to done though. Yes, yes. Hopefully it's looking pretty good. I've got your branch down here to play with. But it's looking pretty good. I'm excited for it. Trust me, I tried to do some Wazda controls from my side. Movement system for sure needs a rework. Yeah, we're migrating over to the new input system in Unity right now to get Wazda controls working, get controller controls working. A lot of the original player stuff I kind of just hacked together on stream one day, so it hasn't really evolved since then. Then I'm back to doing on-device generation for semantic search on smaller LLM processes. Hell yeah. That'll be super cool. Alright, this guy's trying to resolve the quest. I bet it will resolve correctly, but I do want to see... Okay, most recent response is set. I feel like we needed to double check the conversation history here, so next message maybe we'll hit that, but we should get the event here. Hopefully. Unless we're just frozen. We'll see. Okay. Well, that's super odd. Oh, yeah, it's just Unity is frozen. Oh, okay, we were hung on something else. Try to resolve. Sure. This has the conversation history. Perfect. Let's jump over. Let's look at the prompt system message. Again, empty conversation history. Interesting. Well, that's fine for now, I guess. It's just a bug to fix later. Let's go ahead and break out of here, because I want to see this UI. Have you considered the option of NPCs giving straight up gold coins instead of items as a quest reward? You know, that's a pretty smart idea, because you can use those coins to just buy items from them. I hadn't considered that, and I should have considered that. The original version of the game, you couldn't buy items from the NPCs. So that's why they gave you items as rewards. But now that you can, probably makes more sense for them to give you gold. Right now they give you items and gold, but they don't give you that much gold. So maybe they should give you more gold and less often items. Was this a success? It was. Okay, cool. So we should get the cool UI. Also, I'm just going to break out of this next time, because keep hitting everything. Oh. Maybe we didn't attach that to the actual object. Probably not. All right, we can fix that. Where's our NPC window? Chat event. Oh, yeah. The references weren't set. All right, we got this. We'll set these references and then we go in, we test it. It surely will work. Would also be really nice to have a sort of quest status window showing a set reward and goal and stuff at some point. Yes. Cozy Biscuit was playing on stream the other day, and she asked for the exact same thing. I think it's really interesting that we can do something like that with all these dynamic quests. I think what we'll be able to do is take each quest and boil it down into like a really short sentence of like, Bob needs a repair kit for the gate, and have like bullet points like that somewhere on the screen that you can expand or see or something. Because yeah, it's also hard right now to open up your codex and like click through all the people and see everybody's quest one at a time. We also want to have some sort of page here, that'll show like all the quests that you have right now, instead of having to click through and see each person's quest individually, because that gets pretty click intensive pretty quickly. All right, Gareth, let's try again. All right. Just got you a hammer. That should work. Good luck. And this cheat code should stop working as soon as we remove the hammer from his inventory. All right. Oh, right. I also wanted to break out of here. Let's just do that now. I think this is fine. Okay. Well, I'm so dumb. I literally said we're going to exit out, we're going to set the references, and then we're going to try it. I exited out, and then we immediately went right back in. We still are going to have the same errors. Oh, didn't mean to open that. NPC window. Try to resolve quest. Cool, cool, cool. This guy. He didn't solve quest. Solved quest successfully. And item quest reward. Alright, now the references are actually set. We can go in and actually see things hopefully working. Eventually. Alrighty, let's try this again. Craft some stuff along the way, why not? Fish sandwich plus apple. Easy peas. Alrighty. Just got you a hammer. That should do it. Good luck. And we are not attached to Visual Studio. This worked. Right. We still don't have the item that he gave you as a reward logged. But it is nice to be able to see these events kind of shaping up in chat. So, I don't want to stream forever, but let's see if it would be easy to figure out what item got rewarded and show that item's picture and name here. And also, this message should probably come after that message. So we're just inserting them into the conversation at the wrong time. Because we trigger any relevant conversation action, which happens immediately. However, the NPC's response only gets added after a typewriter effect. So we really need to move this, like, to after starting the typewriter effect, but before doing other things that would manipulate the conversation. It's rough because we don't necessarily want the state of the conversation that the player knows about is what's in the conversation window. And we treat that synonymously with like the conversation itself, which is why we're waiting to add new messages until the player has seen them. So if we add them before the player has seen them, there's a chance that like other things will reason about those messages and things could happen. There's also like some potential race conditions with adding the message, doing a typewriter effect, and then like after the typewriter effect redrawing it. I feel like really short messages might redraw it, and then it's waiting for canned responses, which hopefully also redraws it. It does not. Well, easy fix for everything I'm worried about here might be to redraw conversation history, then scroll to the end whenever you add the canned responses. I think that'll be fine. And then that'll let us move this logic that we were waiting until the end of the typewriter to after the typewriter starts, but before we do other things. So now that this method is just doing the typewriter, we'll say we probably don't even need this anymore, honestly, because I think the typewriter effect will redraw itself. It doesn't need to redraw the whole window. So I want to see what happens if we just don't do that. If we just get an NPC response back, we add it to the conversation, trigger any relevant actions, and then generate our canned responses for the player, which redraws the window when we have them. That should be fine. So that should be fine. But that means here, that means one, this message here will come before the event, and it also means we know that we don't necessarily know that the event, if any, is the last message in the conversation, because they might do multiple events or multiple actions and they might be in different orders. So let's see where we know what the item reward is. We have try to resolve quest. That passes stuff off to the quest database, which determines whether the quest is solved or not, which, if it is solved, calls give quest rewards from. And in here is where we choose a random item to give to the player. So this item needs to go back out all of those steps up to probably up to here. So that we can pass it in as metadata to the chat event, pass in that item, like I don't know, sword placeholder. And then that would let us grab our item's image and name for the actual UI. So how do we get this item into this action? Alternatively, how do we get it into the most recent try to resolve quest in the conversation, I guess, is a hacky way to do it, which would work, but it's very finicky. We could have, instead of giving the item directly to the player this way, we could also have a chat event of give item to player, which would add it to the chat log, is something we could add from here, but it would be a separate like event box. And I think this is preferred to have like the one message that's just, you solve the quest, here's the reward, paired tightly together. We don't necessarily need like one box for you solved the quest and then another box for he gave you chalk. So we have a callback here of got quest resolution answer that we're getting from the quest database. If we could pass an item back here, which we could if we returned an item from here, but we really I don't want to so tightly couple this to return a single item or return a list of items. If we did it a single item now, it probably wouldn't be that hard to change to a list of items later. We'd need to obviously redo all the UI and stuff also. If all this returned a list of items, if they wanted chalk and chocolate as rewards. But I think we can just do a single item now. It's fine. It's fine. And then we can return reward slot dot item in this slot, or return nothing. We'll throw it in the else for clarity. Do we need to make this nullable? Is that a C# thing? Probably not. So that means here, where we call this, we can access that item here now, which is great. But also, the other place we call it, we can now get item reward. And we actually should do item reward is null reward, blah, blah, blah. So we can even call, then we change the signature of the callback. Is that something we really want to do? I just remembered when I had a look at the movement system, I gave up on even trying to do WASDA and just increased jump speed, boost, and jump height a whole lot instead. Ended up jumping entire mountains. Yeah, a couple of our players have crafted things that make them go from one side of the world to the other in seconds. Very kind of unusable, but hilarious to be able to craft. But there's also some equipment you can find in the world. If I'm going to play for a while, one of the first things I do is go up the mountain and get the big mountain climbing jumping boots up there, which give you really big jump height and let you just jump anywhere you want. It's also fun to find those pieces in the game. Old movement systems are really complex. We had to fundamentally change the way we were handling input. Yeah, it's really hard when click to move, you have destinations and pathfinding and collisions along the path, etc. WASDA is a lot easier, I'd say. It's a lot nicer to just, can you move forward, yes or no, and then move forward. You don't have to worry about calculating paths and a bunch of other stuff. WASDA is working on another branch. Just having to fix some of the old interactions and stuff before we release it. Heck yeah. Let's see. Do I really want to do this? So try to resolve quest. What we would need to do is, yeah, that's fine. Because this is all kind of self-contained within this specific action. Right? I guess it's not really. It really pairs. Yeah, it couples it pretty hard. But I mean, if we consider that quests will always give some sort of reward, it's probably fine. We might need to come back and revisit this in a few months, but we'll see. But now we should have the actual item passed all the way through to here, which lets us grab that item here and I mean, I guess we can't change this signature either, but we can say private item reward. Set it here. This dot reward is reward. This dot success, and then here we can just say reward. Cool. So now the chat event will have the actual item that was given as a reward. So if we go over to here, we can now say if that, yep, exactly. Item.image, I think it is, yeah. And so we also want to say text quest was successful. Dot get component text mesh pro. Dot text is the thing. All right, this is fine to close. We can, I think we can plug this in. Maybe we could do like a token replacement here, but I think we can just rewrite the whole text. Try to resolve quest. Those recompiles kill me. So solve quest successfully. Yeah, that's what we want to grab. This guy. You solved. Do we have, we don't have the persona. We'll just say you solved this quest. We don't have a reference to the NPC's name. They gave you this. I think that's how you do interpolation. C#. Reward item dot name dot item name. Let's do this. Right. Item dot item name. Okay, it is. Item dot item name. Cool, cool, cool. So that'll actually update the image and the text for the item that you got. So we should probably also turn this off when you didn't solve it because you're not getting an item. Okay, cool. No new references here we need to set. I think we're golden. Surely this will work. Surely. And you know what? Just for clarity's sake, let's turn that off by default too. So it's more obvious if there's an issue. See an empty box instead of seeing you didn't solve the quest. I think this is the time. I think this is when it works. The walk of shame up to the gate. Here we go. Don't jinx it. Uh-oh. I mean, I believe, but hopefully it works. I need to fix this flickering, I think. I don't know why that happens from a distance. Alright. That was a little suspicious. He's gonna ask for a hammer. I do. Here's a hammer. That should do it. Good luck. So he still has a hammer in his inventory. We changed things so his response to this message should come first, so immediately after this message, and then we should see the event action, like the custom UI of whether it solved the quest or not. So fingers crossed. About time someone came prepared. I'll get this gate open in a jiffy. Hold type. Gate is opening. You solved Bob's quest. They gave you a chalk as a reward. Did I not save this file? Maybe this didn't find the text object. All right, we're close. We're close. Did we have errors? We did. No reference. It's going to be that line, I know. Oh, okay, okay. That's fine. Item quest reward. Maybe we didn't set that. Surely we did. Or I guess item.image could also be null. I guess we can look. Okay, has an image component. I wonder if casting it back to an item from an object is clearing. That doesn't make sense. Just curious. Surely it's not the dot sprite that's the null reference. This being null. It's got to be this. But if that were the case, then this will also error. So let's do this. We'll find out ourselves. But that means we gotta get a new quest. Who has quests that we can easily solve? Aha. What you want now, Gareth? Alright, I need to reinforce the gate yet again. Here's a strength tonic and a mystical hammer. That should be everything you need. Good luck. Okay. That's not what we're looking for. We didn't hit our breakpoint at all? Where did we even... What were we testing? Here. Load data on try to resolve quest controller. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait a sec. Reward item. Reward item. Let's do this a little bit higher. And we lied to him and solved his quest, I guess. And he gave us the strength tonic that we said we gave him. Nice. All right, Gareth, what else you need? Oh, there you go. All right. Gate may be stable, but I've become so strong that my grip crushes most materials I touch. Yeah, we definitely have a... I think it's related to us changing the typewriter effect before and after redrawing the conversation. I think what's happening is we're typewriter affecting the final message in the conversation, and we redraw after it's done, which we should probably get rid of real fast. typewriter. Oh, right, we did get rid of this. But we also added the redraw after generating canned responses. So I'm wondering if it's this redraw is causing issues because we're not getting our canned responses either. So yeah, I guess we're adding them in manually. We're waiting until we're done typing. Then we add it in. So there's no like redraw necessary there. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need to redraw there. I preemptively caused bugs I was trying to solve. Poor Gareth will have so many effects on him by the end of this. Yeah, he's a real trooper. It's he's doing what he can. Right. Sure. That makes sense. I have a strength elixir here, actually, that brings you back to regular strength. If that'd help, you can have it. Okay, so we got our canned responses there, which is weird. We didn't get a response from him. I wonder if the hot reload of removing the redraw caused some issues. Just the hot reload aspect of it. But what do you say? Let's reset this. Did it work? Okay, it didn't. Okay, so things are still a little bit off. But that's not even what we were testing. We need to see if the reward image is being set. So let's go gaslight someone else, I guess. Any of you got a quest? Yes, no? You just hanging out at that furnace? The merchant usually has a quest. We'll go hang out. See what he's got. Could you provide me some material for padding? Yes. Here's some cotton. It's a huge wad and it's soft. So obviously we still need to... Okay, we got twine as a reward, so clearly it resolved the quest correctly. We just haven't redrawn the window. But as I was saying, obviously we are going to limit, like we're just gaslighting all the NPCs to abuse the fact that they can resolve quests through text now. We need to get them to reason more about that. But we're just trying to get the actual flow of like getting these actions working right now. So wish we had a way to redraw the conversation window without sending more messages, but let's just hit them with a "you're the best." We still got chalk as a reward, and we also never hit our breakpoint. Interesting. Here. We are still connected. This guy never hit, so I guess we'll just start at the front. Let's get another quest from him. Silver ring, cheese. Easy. An enchanted cheese ring. Who could not want such a thing? Solus usually has a quest too. Although I don't know if we'll be able to use words to solve his quests if he literally can't talk. You're just running around. Somebody will give me a quest. Gotta figure out these frame drops soon too. Cotton worked, but bandits tore through my wares and stole my most valuable artifact. Need something that can help me trace the thieves' trail. Something like a detection or tracking aid. I'm actually a skilled hunter, and I'll go track the thieves down now. I wonder, should we be... Well, I still want to hit these breakpoints. Okay, so I'm sure he said something like, cool, let me know what you find out. Let's close this so the conversation summarizes. Let's look at his conversation. You're the best, okay. And we did get a success, yes, dang. So I should have just asked him about it. Yes, here it is. Interesting. Another filtered prompt. I wonder if we can see what the prompt was. Oh, don't look at that. All right, I'll cycle my API keys. System message, user message prompt. Okay. Well, something is severely broken. Not too worried about these because they are it's the like traveling merchants throughout the world that haven't been initialized yet, but have scripts to be adding items to their inventory whenever you find them. Not too worried about those bugs, but something is very wrong with our chat. Let's go ahead and let's bring that redraw back. Canned responses. Let's not. Let's keep that out. But we'll go ahead and redraw after the typewriter effect. And then I just want to restart because we're in some weird states. Catching up on a couple Discord messages since I've been streaming for so long. All right, let's try this. We got our bread pouch ready to go. All right, here's a hammer. You got it. Good luck. So our message, his message. We didn't get the quest event, but we know that it ran. And we didn't get an error about it. We should take this out though. So, okay, thanks. Okay, we added the chat event, but we hadn't redrawn the chat history yet. So the chat event was added after like there's a delay to adding it because it's at the end of an LLM chain. So that chain took longer than the typewriter effect for this message. So when we add that, we probably want to say if UI references.instance.npc window.is open is window open, then UI references.instance blah 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 dot redraw conversation history, because we've added it but not redrawn this window to show the conversation that has it inside. We're still not getting the item reward also, I'm realizing, because we're also not hitting our breakpoints here of load data, which should be called here as long as it has this component on it, which I guess we can double check. Chat event has a try to resolve quest controller. Yeah, that's that. I mean, I guess breakpoint here as well. Clear that. We'll wait for another quest, I guess. But I think when we kind of narrow down where this bug is coming from, I might look for somebody I might want to raid. If anybody has any recommendations for people they follow that are streaming, preferably people doing like Unity development, happy to raid a friend, but otherwise I'll find somebody then. But we are gonna hopefully figure out what's causing this bug. You got any more quests for me, Gareth? I mean, I guess I can say, do you have any quests for me? There's also something definitely weird there. He was not referencing a quest. I don't know where that text came from. Okay, so now he's generated a quest. The gate is now uncontrollably swinging back and forth. I need a stabilizing solution. Yeah, definitely some weird oddities in the chat. Yes, I have a stabilizing solution right here. So the intention of where this will be going of like, yeah, I have this item. We'll just tweak the prompt to say like, rely on the chat events of giving you an item like this to determine whether the player has given you that item or not. So what they'll end up doing instead of saying like, oh yes, thank you so much, they'll be like, all right, give it over, and then we can get started. Okay, cool. We got a game object. Hopefully we have a breakpoint in load data. We do. So if we step forward, this should not throw an exception. It didn't throw an exception, but we also didn't hit any breakpoints in here. And it also just isn't running, we know, because of reasons. Okay, well, I mean, we can also, let's just do this for next time. Chat event. Try to resolve controller, blah, blah, blah. And then we do controller dot blah, blah, blah. So we can inspect to see if controller is null. Load data should be fine. Like it's not a coroutine or anything. But we can just continue on. Did it work? 3 redraws. Told you to hold the skate. Okay. That did it. Congratulations. Also, Hmm. It's a lot of suspicious things here. Thanks. Okay, so step forward from this. Controller is the component. Yeah, that makes sense. Can we step into this? Sure. So we got a success value. Yes or no? Is no. Okay. So it didn't solve the quest. We should probably be going through this for each one, I think is what it's going to do. So no. Okay. So now our third message. Huh. Okay. Oh, okay. It's redrawing. Oh, yep, I see. Yeah, we're redrawing a few times. This is pretty awful, actually. Okay. Let's see here. I think that this might be one of those things where I dig around off stream and find the issue. We're going to jump out of this. We're going to go back in one more time. We will try and do the full kind of flow of solving the quest with the man's hammer that he already has. But let me go ahead and what we're seeing, I mean, I guess we did just add in the redraw of the window after adding the event. So maybe that'll be enough to fix one of the bugs. But I feel like there's a few bugs happening and they're kind of mixing together. So it's making it a little bit unwieldy to tease out individual ones to fix and figure out why they're happening. So let's try this one more time. Doing it on camera is really nice for me because I can go back and like watch the video and see what exactly I did when it did happen versus when it didn't happen. Let's run up. Let's talk to this guard one more time. Let's try and sort this out. But he needs a tool to open the gate. We want to tell him, use your hammer. And then we want him to say, that solves my quest, thank you. And that has worked. We want that message to also have the actual reward he gives us. That's the thing we were trying to test. Here's a hammer. That should work. You got this. And we are still attached to Unity, so it's probably going to dump us over. But see... Wait, are we attached to Unity? We are attached to Unity. So load data is just never getting called. I mean, that would explain why it still has all this default stuff, but also the text shouldn't be showing up because load data is what sets these objects active, and I'm pretty sure they're not active in the prefab itself. Yeah, there's no text unless we add it. Test was successful, right? That's what this one is? Yes, okay. Well, that's weird. And it's also the wrong text, so we're never getting in here at all. It's just enabling the object, and then something... Wait a second. No, that's not us. That's this game object. It's not disabling us from the component itself. None of these are set to ourselves. Okay. We've got our item. Let's go ahead and just move the text above the item first, but shouldn't be an issue. Reward item is the key stored in the metadata. Reward item. Is that the same? Reward item? Yes, that's the same. We are storing the reward itself. I mean, it's possible that reward is null, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Though we should say if reward item is not equal to null, we'll do this. And if it is null, we'll just say text quest was successful, dot blah, blah, blah. You solve this quest with no reward. Just a little bit weird. And I could handle a branch. The alternative is if there's no reward set in the event, we would want to do the same. So let's just say bool quest has reward item. Let's exit out of that, and then we say if has reward item, then text quest was successful. You solve this quest. No reward. Let's say if it has reward item, else okay, so now has reward item is just reward item is not equal to null. So that cleans things up a little bit, but I don't think it addresses the logic. It gives us a couple else statements that we can fall back into and get this extra text. But if this doesn't work, I will spend some time figuring out what it is off stream. If you guys are interested in playing Elixir Emporium and want to stay up to date, definitely join our Discord and our wishlist on Steam. As Tony said, great call out. If you want to join our Discord, here is a link to it. And if you want to wishlist on Steam, here's a link to that. We have a demo up on Steam so you can play now. And we're still working on the full game. But if you wishlist, you will get an email when it's out. All right, let's try this one last time. For all the marbles, as they say. This guy needs help opening the gate. We can help him understand he had the power all along. Here's a hammer. That should work. You got this. All right, fingers crossed. Our message, his message. You solved this quest. Okay, so the item rewarded is not being passed through. I can work with that. So this guy, reward item, is like, there's a couple different ways that this could be wrong. Like, we're not setting it on the metadata correctly. If we cast it from object to item, it might be dropping off some data there. It might not be null, but it is like doesn't have the stuff that we need. So like item.image is erroring. I'll go through all those cases. We are going to find somebody to raid. It has been very fun streaming for you guys. We got a lot done. This is almost like, I would say this thing that we built, the system that we built today works, but obviously needs a lot of polish, and there's some other bugs like the conversation, race conditions and stuff on messages. We need to figure all that out as well before I release this. But yeah, I'm gonna look off camera real fast. I'm gonna find some Unity developer who is not streaming 10 hours in, and we'll see what all we can do. A lot of them have ads. This guy's BRB. It's kind of hard to know whether to raid somebody with ads, but it's all good. We've got Roman over here, who's Codin Unity with a camera. I think we are on our way. Roman Lecco, and he has been streaming for a couple hours. Day one of some project, so we're gonna go find out. Roman Lecco. Thank you again for being here. It's been very fun, you guys. We do these game dev streams every Tuesday, and we have a Steam demo we want you to play. There's a lot of cool stuff that we're going to be doing the rest of the week. So if you want to keep up to date on that, go join our Discord, go check things out. And